Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiecenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiecenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make that move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, if you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Vengo de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jog on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the groove of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side knows. So in that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management. Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Omivi Idolo. The federal government has started a phased development of grazing reserves across Nigeria, beginning with 3 pilot locations in Gombe State, Plateau State, and the Federal Capital Territory. The initiative, led by the Ministry of Livestock Development, will initially focus on Wawa Zangi in Gombe, Wase in Plateau, and Kawu in the Bwari Area Council of Abuja. According to the ministry, Nigeria has 470 grazing reserves nationwide, and the pilot projects are designed to serve as models before expansion to other locations as funding and partnerships improve. The project goes beyond livestock management and includes schools, healthcare facilities, access roads, housing, water supply, and renewable energy. The Kawu Grazing Reserve has already benefited from boreholes, plans for desilting a nearby water body, and a solar power partnership. Funding will be shared among the federal government, state governments, and the private sector, as infrastructure development is expected to cost millions of naira and possibly billions. The program aligns with President Bola Tinubu's policy to modernize livestock production, reduce farmer-headed conflicts, improve rural security, and turn grazing reserves into economically viable ranches and livestock settlements. Nigeria's exports to African countries rose sharply in the third quarter of 2025, increasing by 97.16% to 4.9 trillion naira from 2.49 trillion naira recorded in the same period of 2024, according to data from the National Bureau of Statistics. The report shows that Nigeria is increasingly shifting its trade focus toward Africa and emerging markets, especially countries in the BRICS group. During the period, exports to China surged by 230.49% to 2.26 trillion naira, while exports to Brazil rose by 90.58% to 446.76 billion naira, reflecting stronger trade ties with these markets. In contrast, Nigeria's exports to the United States and India declined sharply. Exports to India fell by 52.8% to 560.76 billion naira, while exports to the United States dropped by 55.97% to 743.63 billion naira from 1.69 trillion naira in the third quarter of 2024. Stakeholders linked the decline largely to the 14% tariff imposed by the United States, which made Nigerian goods less competitive. Experts said Nigeria exporters are now turning to Africa and BRICS countries because of fewer trade barriers, growing demand, and uncertainty surrounding trade agreements with the United States, signaling a gradual but strategic shift in Nigeria's global trade direction. Leaders of the Economic Community of West African States have agreed to act together more strongly to stop military coups, terrorism, and rising insecurity across the region. The decision was taken at the 68th ECOWAS summit held in Abuja, where leaders said West Africa must move from reacting after crisis to preventing them early through joint military and diplomatic action. They cited the recent failed coup attempt in Benin Republic as a proof that quick and united action works, noting that regional support helped restore order within hours. At the meeting, ECOWAS also appointed Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, as chairman of the ECOWAS Business Council, a body meant to strengthen cooperation between governments and the private sector. President Bola Tinubu, speaking through Vice President Kashim Shettima, said insecurity, coups, crime, climate change challenges, and food shortages affect all countries and must be tackled together. ECOWAS leaders agreed that unity, trust, and shared responsibility are key to protecting democracy, stability, and economic growth across West Africa. MRS Oil and other partners of the Dangote Petroleum Refinery are set to begin selling petrol at 739 naira per litre from the last-minute change. This follows Dangote Refinery's decision to reduce its petrol gantry price from 828 naira to 699 naira per litre. Speaking at the Lekki Refinery, Dangote Group President Alhaji Aliko Dangote said MRS stations would start selling at the new price from Tuesday, while other partners' filling stations would follow. He explained that the move was aimed at ensuring Nigerians enjoy the benefits of low fuel prices. Dangote accused some marketers and officials of deliberately keeping pump prices high to frustrate the price cut. He said transporting petrol within Lagos costs no more than 15 naira per litre, making high pump prices unjustifiable. Dangote also criticized the issuance of petrol import licenses, which he said could hurt local refining. He assured Nigerians that 739 naira per litre price would be enforced nationwide, stressing that petrol can be bought directly from the refinery at 699 naira per litre, and that efforts were underway to stop fuel prices from rising above 740 naira during December and January. China's economic growth slowed in November, with factory output rising 4.8% year-on-year, the weakest in 15 months, and retail sales growing just 1.3%, the lowest since the end of its strict COVID-19 restrictions in December 2022. Analysts saying fading trade in subsidies, a prolonged property slump, and weak household spending are slowing domestic demand, while industrial investment risks further decline. Even strong exports can no longer fully support growth, and Chinese stocks fell on renewed real estate worries as major developer China Vanke struggles to avoid default. Economists warn that more stimulus may not be enough to fix the slowdown, urging Beijing to implement structural reforms and resolve its property sector crisis, which holds 70% of household wealth. Car sales fell sharply, consumer confidence remains low, and trade tensions are rising, with countries like France and Mexico threatening tariffs on Chinese goods. Officials aim for around 5% growth in 2026, but weak domestic consumption investment declines and potential export barriers pose serious challenges for China's economic recovery. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Omivi Idolo. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have, the issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation will not be defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, well, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the a headquarters of a company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm a people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when you're going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining. The this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a hell. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now is all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this nylon now, per one nylon now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate 1 line, 2 line, 3 lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Business is not a chance play, I must say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning. But I must say, if you want to do a big-time Ankara business, it's not a child's play. You must be ready for it, I tell you. So, for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack. This pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now, baby, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area AFCFTA offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. Conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the...
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to your regular morning breakfast show. This is SBL, SOUQ Business Landscape. Hope you had yourself a beautiful, restful weekend. We on this side want to say thank you for all that you did for us, being with us all through last week, but this is a new week, so let's start strong. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. On SBL today, we will be talking about issues we dwelt throughout last week, and the regulators are coming and they are saying, hey, aviation ticketing, we are coming for you. Now, they are putting an eye on it, and we'll talk about that. Also, Dangote is in the news. For those looking at reading the backstories, Dangote and Lawan, the head of one of those major petroleum agencies, they've been at it again. This is like a sequel to the WWF we saw some time ago. Dangote's prices is hitting somebody's nerves. Yes, we'll talk about that too. Also, Trump has refused to leave the news, and it has to do with not just TikTok, but also Netflix. prices, stocks going up, going down, all because of some good regulation and just a word from the right places. Where and what are you buying? What are you selling? Are you making profit? This is SBL, and we will talk. I'm not alone on this table that happens to be alive. So for the beautiful weekend spent and a wonderful Monday, Your Excellencies, join me as I welcome. When you pray, good morning.
Okay, you didn't call me the fair one today. Great.
Because you've been having your coffee without giving us.
Good morning to you, Chiefs. Good morning to you, Lagos, Nigeria. I'm glad to be in your face again. It's a brand new week, and the fact that it's on the month of December, we can smell Christmas in the air. It's nice to be here again.
That's good. We have the handsome man. He's well eligible. He can marry 4, 5. Hey, don't worry. Amin is here. Amin, good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. Chooks. Good morning, Mr. Prayer.
Amin.
You're welcome. Yes, let's start straight. Aviation regulations. Now, the FCCPC, they are launching investigation into the affairs in South, and Southeast of Nigeria. That's way overdue. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has initiated an investigation into the recent sharp increases in airfares on certain domestic routes in Nigeria's South, and Southeast regions. This action comes amid growing public complaints over soaring ticket prices as the festive travel season kicks off, sparking concerns about affordability and fair market practices. Now, the agency aims to determine if the fare hikes violate consumer protection laws and will work to ensure transparency and fairness in aviation sector ahead of peak travel periods. That is where we are right now. That peak is staring us in the face. As of the last time we checked, if you remember, normal flight from Lagos to Abuja climbed as high as 300. Then those that will be going to the the southeast, they are looking at above 300, 400, 500. And in some cases, when it's very close to the festive Christmas, New Year, we're looking at something over 700, 600, 800. Okay. Now, FCCPC is saying, okay, let's see what we can do. Are they seeing what they can do, or they should just go straight to the point and say this is not sustainable?
It just shows how, as a government, we don't have any leverage over corporations because we don't support them. We do everything, almost everything independently. And in this particular subject, I think we should call out the government of Akwa Ibom, Cross River, and Enugu. And coincidentally, they are South and Southeast states. They are the states that own airlines, and we don't have prices from them that are realistic for affordable for people to afford. So what's the essence of building an airline with the state's resources and your citizens cannot afford it? People from Enugu should be able to fly home on Enugu Air at an affordable price, because we all know that what we are seeing now is just greed. There's any new operational costs like they are claiming to be incurring. What we are seeing is greed, and I've looked at the mathematics of it. If from January to November, the average price of air tickets is 120. Let's assume you'll be flying back to Lagos empty, double the price. You still come to 240. So it's not realistic. There's no economics that is supporting the hike in price. It's just pure wickedness and taking advantage of people.
The peak period.
And unfortunately, it's a deregulated sector, and government does not have any leverage per se than to just appeal to them and beg them at this point. So, but if there is a government grant that goes to companies that are performing in certain ways, or safety measures like they do in advanced country, at the end of the year, government give grants to certain in the various sectors. They give grants to businesses that are people oriented in terms of their policies and pricing and everything. So this might be something that companies might be conscious of, to say, oh, if we increase this price too much, we might lose this, we might lose that. And it shows how the industry is so monopolistic, or maybe there's like a cabal going on there. There's no enough competition. So this is the time that government needs to encourage new people to come into that sector.
But are you sure government is not part of this issue that we are having?
I've not seen any evidence that suggests that government is part of it.
The airport charges are not reducing at this particular period?
I mean,
the tax on the tickets are not reducing at this particular period?
Yeah, so if we look at the airport charges, no new airport charge was introduced in December. So
and it was not increased?
It was not increased. No new airport charge was increased in November, and there's no airport charge that will make prices of tickets surge to about 300%. Let's be honest with ourselves.
It's just the operators?
It's just the operators. Why I agree that even the 120,000 is high. So if government can reduce airport charges to make the prices of ticket come to average of 70,000, 80,000, it makes sense. Or even come to 50,000 eventually when our currency gains strength and subsequently affect the drop in price in aviation fuel. We should come to 50, 60,000. But with the way we are going with the greed of these airline operators, we might not be seeing that. And maintenance infrastructure is being built within our shores, meaning we don't need to go to fly all the way to Europe to go service our planes. So these are things that are reducing operational costs. Aviation fuel has dropped this year. But we, the consumer, we are not feeling it in the prices. It's almost like the aviation fuel has tripled in prices. So I don't know what we need to do than to first appeal to state-owned airlines. Because
to build the cart.
Because we have stake in those.
Okay. While we are looking at having stake in those state airlines, we're talking about the IBOM Air, Cali Air, and the Enugu Air. What can the EFCCPC, what exactly can they do? What teeth do they have to bite?
I don't think they can do much. Because by the time, the FCCPC, stands on their feet and said, okay, they're only going to check. Like I said, they're only going to appeal. Why? Because these airlines that we are talking about, there are several charges that they pay to the government. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria collects landing fees, parking fees, charges for lounges, car parks, retail spaces, concession for ground handlers, duty-free shops. Okay, we're talking about the way and manner they make money. Regulatory charges. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority collects percentages from airline tickets and other aviation-related payments. Airspace management, that's NEMA, Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, collects fees for aircrafts using Nigerian airspace. Bilateral air service agreement, payment from foreign airlines for landing rights and traffic rights are also major sources. Cargo and ancillary services. All these are avenues through which the Nigerian Aviation Ministry or the Ministry of Aviation makes money. About 40% of those. That's how they got their monies.
Okay, so is it possible that they get to reduce the fares at this period? What exactly can FCCPC do? Right now, they are not
FCCPC,
they are not
can
stakeholders in the aviation.
FCCPC speak with the government? Because it can't just go after the airlines.
Okay.
It needs to be the nexus between the government and the airlines.
Okay.
And also the Ministry of Aviation. So it's going to be the connection, and it's going to have to be a triangle where they will have to work together.
Okay.
Now,
let me stop you. Remember the Minister of Aviation himself, Festus Keyamo, he came out to say that government cannot make them.
Yeah, because it's deregulated, and they are taking advantage of the peak period. When next are we going to have a peak period such as this?
Everybody takes advantage of demand,
the peak period.
Let's face it, demand and supply.
Yes.
But there's an extent to which that demand and supply should play.
Yes.
Can't government have a law and say, okay, good enough, no matter what your profit is, your profit margin or markup should not be more than 50% or 60%?
Will that not counteract the deregulation?
No, it won't.
It will.
How can you profit of 100%?
No, it is something for us. It's something for us to talk about. But these people will tell you the people running the airlines, they will tell you about the prices that they incur. Currently, as we speak, the jet fuel that we are talking about, do they access it locally?
Do they want to access it locally?
If they want to, there's no way a businessman will want to access that locally, and if it's more cheaper than accessing abroad, they won't do that.
You think so?
So I think on the other aspect, there's also other politicking within this, within what we are talking about. Remember when Festus Keyamo came out and he wanted to make sure that we, this bilateral airspace service agreement between Nigeria and the UK for airspace to be able to fly between Nigeria straight directly to UK and some other Western countries. They came out and they stood against it.
Okay.
And
let's go back a very long time. Some years back, several decades ago, a Nigerian minister in this particular country, even if it was a military regime, said phone calls, telephone was not for the poor, if you remember very well. Today, what do we have? We have direct opposite of that. That's in the person of David Marks, to be specific. He was serving in the government, and he was a Nigerian minister. We've seen that happen. We saw the deregulation happen in the telecommunication industry.
Yes.
And we see what it is right now. If you remember, at that particular point in time, some people had a stronghold, and every single call you made was 15 naira, whether it dropped or it didn't drop. The same thing is happening in the petroleum sector, and gradually we are seeing that breaking, gradually happening. Aviation sector is the same thing right now. Now, the investment is coming majorly from the private sector.
That is why when things become like this, it's a challenge to the government to further open up the sector. At this point, it's not bad to open up to even foreign airlines to come and check the local, if that is what it's going to take. So you just
local.
No. Foreign airlines to come and start flying local, to come and set up here. Foreign companies to come here. So when things like this is happening, when it almost looks like a cabal, then we need a Trojan horse to come and disrupt the industry.
Because if you follow your calculation, prior to this particular period, 120,000 naira. So if they are flying back empty, multiply it, that's 240,000 naira. Okay, add extra 30% to it. So you have, at most, 280,000 naira. But we are seeing tickets for 400,000 naira. A markup of well over 300% on profit alone. No.
Of course, that's why I said the FCCPC, it can't be unilateral about this.
Okay.
And it needs to. In fact, even when the minister came out last week to make that statement, that is when the FCCPC should have, in a friendly way intervened and, had a meeting with the minister, including the airlines, because it's obvious, or it seems as if the minister is protecting the airlines and their businesses. Even if we are to look at that, the airlines will tell you there are some very, very critical infrastructure that this industry, we do not have. Recently, the government talked about building some of them, but currently we don't have them. And if the government is going to build them, what's the duration of the period?
Infrastructures?
Yes.
And they've built all the major infrastructures that we need, which are safety gadgets. And that is why we've been able to sign the deal that allowed dry leasing for Nigerian airlines.
But what about the maintenance? Those airline maintenance hangars that we're talking about, we do not have much of them in Nigeria.
Yes, there's none, but we just signed the deal that but see, we'll be incurring this cost January to November, even from last year. It's not new. And our National Assembly, there's a loophole, there's a way we can have a deregulated industry and still have
price control,
which is, in the US, for example, some states have a law that prevents exploitative profiting during disaster, during unfortunate incidents. So even during fuel scarcity, you have to, if you are going to increase your price, it shouldn't be more than 10%. If it's more than 10%, then they will look through your books to actually see that your cost actually increase. Unlike what we see in Nigeria, where if Dangote announced that there is going to be a fuel increase, somebody that have a fuel in their tank that can last them for 1 month will increase their prices. If it was to be in states like California and America, then you pay fine. Once government can look through your book, do their investigation, and prove that you have the old stock of fuel and you are selling for new prices beyond 10%. So these are the way that we can, because, you know, across everything, this air ticket now is causing inflation in other services. So at the end of the day, we are just inflicting on ourselves artificial inflation, just based off of greed.
Artificial inflation, direct hardship.
Direct hardship, just off of greed. And it's going to kill that sector too, because at the end of the day, on the long run, if 1,000 people are supposed to fly, 1,000 people will translate to direct number of jobs. 100 or 150 people will eventually fly. So that means some people will not get to work. Just that the few people that get to work, they get boom. So we need to be thinking big. We are trying to expand this economy, but people's greed keep shrinking it.
Business greed.
You want to say something? Yes, I'm looking at the number of airlines,
okay,
the number of airlines that operate domestic flights in Nigeria, and we have quite a number of them. But if this is a norm, this astronomical increase in price is a norm, it's obvious that there is some form of an agreement between these people to take advantage of the peak period. Sincerely, in reasoning, I feel that it shouldn't go beyond probably that same calculation you put. And even if you're to take advantage of the peak period, it shouldn't go beyond that. But the institution that is supposed to hold them to account or to check their books to make sure that we are getting the wrong information from that aspect. So what are we going to do? We need to also have other institutions intervene, because the National Assembly is quiet about this.
Okay.
Completely quiet about this. And so that we do not experience what we experience not only in telecommunication but also in television, when we have a foreign brand and there's an allegation from those from Nigerians that those foreign brands do not collect subscription from our politicians, and so they just remove their hands, and Nigerians were getting fleeced by the day. So we need to make sure that we also check the same thing here. However, the FCCPC sometimes, arrogating some things to yourself might not really solve the problem. It needs to sit down and speak with the minister. The minister needs to see it from that perspective, because the statement he made is not it.
Okay. The statement he made is not it. Now let's move from aviation. This is a running battle. We know this battle has a time frame. Definitely, it has a time frame to expire. Now let's get to the one that affects us and we don't want it to expire. It has to do with distribution, fuel distribution. Dangote Refinery is coming out and they are telling us of a major time that something is about to change. Now, for those that are wondering, Dangote Refinery has come to say that they will be selling fuel for 739 naira per litre. That is what they expect fuel to be sold at pump prices, barring last-minute changes. Now, they are calling on their other partners from MRI to other partners that Dangote Refinery, they are set to begin retailing petrol at 739 naira per litre. This follows the refinery's recent reduction of its gantry price from 828 to 699 naira per litre. This is aimed at easing the burden on consumers. Despite this, retail pump prices have remained high in many areas. Dangote Group President Alhaji Aliko Dangote expressed concern over the disconnect between gantry and pump prices, accusing some filling stations of undermining efforts to lower fuel costs for Nigerians. Now, gantry price 699 naira. Expected price 739 naira. Now, and what we are seeing right now is still in some places 840, in some other places 910. Okay. Gentlemen. 699 to 399, that's just about 40.
739.
Naira. Yeah, that's about 40 naira. So he is saying that you shouldn't move, from the refinery to within Lagos. It should not cost you up to 40, 50 naira to get that done. And so you have your profit. Sure. When are we going to start seeing pump stations reflect this particular pricing decrease?
The good thing about the business model of Dangote is that he has partnership with certain filling stations like MRS, which belongs to his cousin. So this way is able to guarantee pump price for certain filling station. And once you can guarantee some form of competition in terms of prices, other people will fall in line. So that way he has broken a monopoly that can happen, or a cabal that can happen, where gas seller will say, Dangote is saying his own, this is how much we'll sell. But if MRS, that is one of the biggest distributor, is selling at a certain price, other people will fall in line. If not, we'll just see a lot of queue at MRS, and only the richest people will go to other filling stations. And this is what real competition can do, because right now, Dangote is not only fighting for the heart and soul of his business with the importers. It is guaranteed that in 2026, 2 or 3 refineries are coming upstream.
Big ones, not just small.
Big ones. So he is already challenging them. He's giving them headache to say, okay, can you beat this price? So that is, at the end of the day, when there is fair, good competition, the consumers enjoy. So the story, I'm sorry I have to go back to that story. Government needs to open up the aviation industry more. So here, this is good news to us. We hope that the new refineries will come and break the price to 500. And we can't wait for Naira to actually gain, to go to like 1,000. If that happens, that means fuel price will further crash to 400. So we might actually eventually be able to buy fuel in Nigeria for between 300 Naira to 500 Naira without subsidy.
Without subsidy. Now we're looking at a price difference of well over 100 Naira. If we start seeing this sale from pump prices for 739 Naira. Now let's go back. The last time Dangote reduced prices, MRS did not follow suit. We can confidently say that on this table. Are they going to follow suit now?
Well, hopefully, because they are also business people. And we do know that Dangote is not just reducing that and just thinking MRS is going to follow suit. There should be a backdoor conversation that should allow MRS to say, okay, we are going to go with him and all of that.
But say they are getting it from him at 699.
Yes, that notwithstanding, it doesn't have to force their hands. That's why I said there's going to be a backdoor conversation.
Okay.
And if that backdoor conversation happens and they follow suit, that's when his ability or his intention of trying to beat down the monopolies of others who are importing the product into the country is really going to hold sway.
Okay.
And also, we have to look at it from this other perspective. Dangote is not only supplying Nigeria, even though it's the capacity of its refinery can do that. It's not only supplying Nigeria. He has a domestic market to attend to. He also have a foreign market to attend to. And I trust me, he's going to gain more by even shipping abroad to go and sell, because that is going to be sold in dollars. And he's going to get, the dollar is not using to purchase the, what's it called? It's not sourcing around to purchase the fuel, the crude here in Nigeria. He's going to get it abroad. And let's also know that his refinery, is not only operating, it's not only one single commodity. There are so many others and so he stands. That is why he can have the capacity and go, I'm cutting price for X amount. I can cutting price for this, that, and the other. So he is also telling those who are looking at coming into the system that, look, it's going to be tough for you to survive here, because I'm going to run you out of business. That's not what he said.
You think so?
Yeah, because, no. Because I am thinking, because it doesn't look, Nigeria will need to supply Dangote. It's supplying Dangote and other modular refineries. They are going to extend the same olive branch to other local refineries that are coming into the space. So they're almost going to be enjoying the same thing. And because obviously we know, okay, fine, we are doing 1.4 million barrels today. Hopefully, we'll hit the 1.8. The government is saying, okay, come worst. That's where we are going to stop. But let's hope that they are going to do the 2.01 million or 2.6 million barrels per day, so that at least the barrels Dangote is receiving and looking at other refineries that will be coming in subsequently are also going to be getting something substantial. But it's also, we can put it right in the books that they are also going to be sourcing some of their products that they need to refine out of the country. They can't refine just Nigerian oil, because Nigerian oil is expensive. So they need to get WTO from Texas
to mix it so that it can be cost efficient.
So obviously they are going to be getting those, and that's even going to sway the pendulum of the prices. There are going to be some differences between 5 naira and 3 naira because of the stiff competition that is going to be on ground. However, you're still going to see traffic, or will I say long queues in some filling stations and other filling stations.
Let's go back. Let's go back. Always like, let's take precedence. Remember when the yellow guys came, telecommunications, MTN to be precise, they were giving us a specific price. Then their older brother came, the red guys.
The red people.
And
the green.
They joined, then the green came, prices crashed. Do you see possibility happening with the refineries coming on board?
Of course. Of course, prices are going to crash. But the price, the way we are looking at the prices are going to crash, it may not be that, for lack of a better word, crashy. It may not crash land that way, but it's going to crash. And I think Nigerians are going to get better than what we have now currently as we speak. And also don't forget, then we'll begin to see if the marketers are really bent on changing Nigeria, or they are going to even survive at all.
It's going to be a game of logistics too. So I feel like the refineries will now have to cater to the states that are closest to them, because the cost of logistics is going to be the game changer.
Okay.
So Dangote, situated in Lagos, will not be able to supply to South states if BRA is operating out of Akwa Ibom.
Okay.
So
these are his ready market.
So Dangote will now will be forced to focus on Southwest. BRA is going to take the South and Southeast market. So ultimately, it is good. So it means even industrialization that is widespread, not like the way we have it where almost all the industries are situated in Southwest. So when you now have that operating in South, ultimately the logistics is going to be the game changer.
And if logistics becomes a game changer also, you will also see that from the northern part of the country, prices may not crash as the way we're seeing because of logistics as well.
And Dangote, that's why Dangote is getting a lot of EV trucks to beat the other competition.
In moving
logistics, yes.
Still logistics. So it's the prices may not crash that way, but there's
why
going to be the determinant.
Why won't the prices crash that way?
Because there is dollar component to it.
Okay.
There's the dollar component. So until Naira gains strength, that is when we can actually buy affordable fuel.
Okay, let's look at this scenario. I just like painting pictures. Nigeria right now, we are being hit and we are doing 1.41 per day, barrels per day. Now, if possible, we have new oil blocks that have been put up for sale, and they are saying, hey, bid, come take. State governors are still sleeping on it for reasons best known to them. What if, I'm just asking, what if these refineries, these businessmen decide, okay, let's come as a block and take a particular block and explore for our own consumption? Don't you see possibility of them at least meeting some percentage of their requirements in crude?
I believe this is the kind of conversation we'll be having next year with Dangote doing that. So because by the time he expands to become the biggest refinery in the whole world, the only thing that will guarantee smooth operation is for him to be in the upstream as well, to play there, so you can guarantee flow, just like the ExxonMobil, the Shell. So you have to control your source of raw material. If not, if you have the biggest refinery in the whole world and you don't have some form of guarantee with raw material, I don't see any brilliance in that.
A group can just wake up one day and just peg the line, and that will be a problem. Now, let's talk about the backdoor issues that people don't want to talk about. Dangote versus NNPC. It's rearing its ugly head again. Why is NNPC importing so much and Dangote is reducing prices after they are importing?
NNPC is supposed to be the agency that is checkmating the private operators. So, but at the end of the day, it's feeling like NNPC is the weapon fashioned against the masses, because every time it seems like it's Dangote that brings down the prices, and it's supposed to be the other way around. NNPC is the one that is supposed to be forcing private sectors to reduce the price. So, and they are not getting their priorities right. NNPC is supposed to be working very hard to have a working refinery that can produce affordable products, which means new technology. They should be looking at a way to start building a new refinery. They might not be able to finance it, but they should be looking at how to collaborate with investors to do that.
Okay, so what about, now you've talked about the back door and all of that. What if by virtue of looking deep into the back door, there is another line, another narrative to this issue that NNPC, you must not set up a new refinery?
What if? Can you tell us that what if?
Okay, yeah, what if? Because you also use what if. You cannot set up a refinery. Because I tell you, who has the prerogative? Who has the prerogative to say NNPC can now probably completely scrape up the old technology that we have in the guise of the Warri refinery, the Port Harcourt refinery, and the Kaduna refinery, for us to now say, okay, we are going for new technology that can match what Dangote has of $20 billion, and we can do that for NNPC. Now, let's start work. If BUA is doing this, if the NNPC go ahead to do that, will it be subverting or circumventing Dangote's establishment? I'm just asking.
Who is stopping them?
Okay, what about if there is a backdoor conversation for them not to?
Can we limit this conversation to what we can prove?
I am just asking.
What I can say is that it's going to be a hard sell, because if the last administration took that so much money to revamp the last two administrations took that so much money loan to revamp the refinery, and it's nothing to write home about. The National Assembly is going to be very, very hard on anybody that is bringing a state-owned refinery conversation to the House.
Okay.
But I don't think so. Okay.
They're definitely going to be very hard. It's going to be a tough sell. It's going to be a tough sell.
Yes, of course.
That is the way to go.
Yes, of course. It's going to be a tough sell. But this is the same National Assembly that is neither here nor there. When people raise their voices about selling what we currently have, and they've given tenable reasons why we should sell what we currently have, because the technology is no longer in operation.
Yes, selling is different from needing money for refinery.
But if we are going to now own a local and state refinery, and we are to do away with what we currently have, that means we're going to be taking those ones out, and we're bringing a new refinery. If we are bringing a new refinery into place that is going to be owned by the government, you understand the kind of monopoly that the government is going to own. Because if the government does that, it's going to actually make sure it supplies itself full capacity. Let's just assume the government is going to be doing like a 500,000 barrels per day refinery. It's going to have to give itself all the 500,000 barrels of crude that it's going to give before it's going to give to Dangote.
That's bad way of doing business.
To itself before it's going to give to Dangote, it's going to give to BUA and other private establishments.
If you remember very well, on this particular table, NNPC told us they were building a new wing of Port Harcourt refinery on this particular tape, if you remember very well. So if you start asking the question, where is that new wing? Because money was appropriated, where is it? And also, let's also remember that if we export less crude and decide to refine here and sell the refined product, we'll make more money than exporting crude.
If we decide to sell
every single crude we're exporting, if we say let us refine here and export the finished product, we'll make more money.
No.
Yes.
No, okay. So now, okay, yes, we will make more money. But you also know that some of this is why we should not leave it like that. You also know that we also owe obligation to some of the organization from which we are paying debt. And some of this debt obligation comes from the crude.
Can you just
you cannot shut that out.
Say it directly.
We sold crude in advance.
Say it directly. Don't
fine.
It.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to paint it anyway.
We'll go on a very short break. And when we return, SBL will be right back. Remember, join us on all social media platforms, SOUQ News Television. Let's go. Let's talk. Drop your messages. We will read it and we will get back to you. But most importantly, share. Let your neighbors, let your friends, let your co-workers know. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. It's still SBL SOUQ Business Landscape. So now let's get down to what is happening. Tourism. Yes, Nigeria is witnessing a high cost, poor service, and this may hurt the dirty December tourism. Nigeria's dirty December tourism sector may struggle to sustain its momentum from last year. This year, as rising operational costs and poor service standards put pressure on the industry. Now, the Association of Tourism Practitioners of Nigeria, ATPN, they have come out and they've put this warning out there. The president, Femi Adesina, he's saying that the travel rush, driven largely by diaspora Nigerians and foreign visitors, is being undermined by weak coordination across the tourism value chain and overpriced services that fail to deliver value. In a statement from Lagos, Fadina cautioned that Nigeria risks losing its competitive edge as a top festive destination if the current mismatch between luxury pricing and average service delivery persists. Now, the first story we talked about, you don't need to remember, you know it. We're talking about prices for flight. This is one of the reasons why we are here. Now, you were saying if 1,000 people want to come, because of this flight, then 150 will come. We're losing 850 already. Now, there are also issues of service delivery and connectivity and coordination amongst practitioners. Why are we having different people doing things on their own? We've not been able to have this collaboration from one sector of be it the hotels to the transport logistics concierge to tour guards. We're just having separate, everybody doing something on their own without connectivity that makes somebody that is coming in just know that I'm covered from my landing till the day I take off. Why are we having these issues?
The government is very, very careless. From the Minister for Aviation, there's so much extortion going on at our international airports. So much extortion, which is discouraging. To our Minister for Tourism, they should have been at least 3-4 conferences about tourism for tourism professionals to train them, to let them see the economic of scale, not economic of greed. And the government, the state governors, needs to have been hands-on. So now let me bring all of this together. Number one, in Africa today, Nigeria is not in isolation in the tourism business. Kenya, for example, have completely removed their visa fee for Africans. And this is a country that have safari, where people can see live elephant, live lion, together with every other thing that we have in Nigeria. So is Tanzania, their visa is about $100. Nigeria, for practical travels, I don't know what is in the book. Foreigners that are coming to Nigeria are paying $500 on average to get a visa. I know the official price is not as much, but the bureaucracy and the corruption around it, people are paying $500. That is one. From the airport to anywhere you are going in Lagos, as a first-time travelers, you will be swindled. Our people are not honest. Thirdly, when you go to parties, to clubs, to lounges, fake alcohol are being sold. People are being poisoned for high amount. People are paying through their nose to be poisoned. That is where state governments and NAFDAC, the federal agency, should come in. We have been talking about fake drinks in Lagos in particular for so long, and it persists. And we know all of these clubs. What does it take NAFDAC to raid all the clubs in one night? To fish out, to go to their warehouse and, fish out all these fake drinks. Thirdly, the accommodation, the shortlet idea came to bear when people were looking for alternative for hotels. People that are trying to save money. So if hotel on average is 100,000, 150,000, and it's 2 or 3 of you, you can get a 3-bedroom for 80,000 naira, and you cook your food because hotel food and drinks are more expensive. That's the whole idea of Airbnb and shortlet. That's how it came to bear. Today, an average Airbnb in Lagos is going for 800,000, 700,000, which is 5 times even more than a 5-star hotel in this same Lagos. So it defeats the purpose. But because there was no enough educating, they are now realizing after the course that, people are going back to hotel. What do you think? You've forgotten that hotels are still in the business? Now, hotels that have not had full booking in a long time in December, They are back to having full booking because guess what? You guarantee your full internet access. You guarantee full security. You guarantee uninterrupted electricity. You guarantee free breakfast. For average hotel in Lagos, for 150,000 naira. For 5-star hotel, you are looking at between 250 to 350,000 naira. So why is an Airbnb charging 700, 800,000 when you cannot guarantee full electricity? You say, oh, you can only on the AC in the night. During the day is inverter. There's no security that you are giving them. They have to rely on the security of the states. There's no internet. They have to be calling you, oh, my internet is down. You say, oh, there's nothing we can do. It's from the network provider. So so many people came into the business this December, and it's so sad to see them lose a lot of money. And it is as a result of the greed of the economy, of their industry. A short-let host came on TikTok in a viral video to say, oh, they charged one of their guests almost 1 million naira for 30 days chef service. And the person that is paying requests that he paid, but he assumed that the food stuff that the chef will be cooking is part of it. And the woman is trying to justify it, that it comes to 30,000 per day for professional chef. And I'm asking myself, this is Nigeria, how much does a bank manager earn? Why would a chef earn 1 million naira just because the person is coming from America? You are justifying it that, oh, 37,000 naira per day is just about $20. Can you pay a chef in America $20? Is this America? Why are you pricing the cost of a chef in dollars? If the person wants to go pay an American chef in dollars, they will go to Miami, they will go to New York. It's enough that these people are paying $2,000, $3,000 to come to this country, because if they go to any country within the West, it's cheap. America to UK is $500 on average. America to any European country is about $800. From London to any European country is average of $300, $400. They can take train, about $200. So if they are coming to this country, some people are paying £2,000, £3,000 because they really want to come here. And then they come here and you give them this kind of service, you poison them, you charge them exorbitant prices. They come, you are telling somebody that this service is 20,000 naira. Immediately you hear the accent, you charge them 200,000. Now in Lekki they are making air for 500,000, 600,000. It's not even that expensive in America. So now we have seen the result of it. This is no longer, oh, if we continue to do this, we'll see this. We don't have 30% of the capacity we have last year, and we can all see it. Event planners, they are complaining their ticket is not selling as fast as it should. Restaurants are not getting reservations. Last year, people were crying that we cannot get reservation in any restaurant. All the restaurants ask full reservation. Clubs, the same thing. They are giving free tables to just fill up their clubs because we don't have that number anymore. Last year, I personally know people that cut their trip short because of the hike in price. People that their ticket is supposed to get them for 3-4 weeks, they have to leave in 10 days because they cannot continue to pay for the high accommodation, feeding, and transportation.
And they won't return.
And they are not going to return because guess what Morocco is doing this year? There is World Cup going on in Morocco. And Morocco is doing visa-free. So imagine you are going to have your December holiday and you get to watch live matches and the visa is free. And guess what? Morocco is more advanced in tourism. They run almost a year-round tourism service. So they are going to get value for their money. So many activities, good service, and Nigerian people, the Nigerians in hospitality business, they are hostile. It's almost like they ate their guests.
We are hospitable people. It's just a few
of them. Yeah, but you see people come complain about how rude they are, how they see them as a cash cow. They don't see them as their guests. It's almost like they want to snatch their money from them. For anything that you ask them, oh, can I get an extension cord? You have to pay for it. Can I do this? You have to pay for it. So people are just going to the hotels.
Okay. Now, this is a clear indication of lack of coordination, both from the practitioners and from the ministry. I think this is where IFCCPC should really come in. But how can we remedy this situation? Because right now it's biting us.
Great. The work for the FCCPC is cut out for them, and they have to attend to all aspects of life for the Nigerian and according to manage the system, and they need to to be strengthened to be able to do that. However, I remember interviewing more than one hotel business people, and two of them in this studio, and I had that part of conversation. If you want to get the services of a 30,000 naira hotel, you will get in Lagos. If you want to get the services of a 50,000 naira hotel, a 100,000 naira hotel, you will get it. You want to get the services of half a million naira hotel services run in Lagos, you will get it. And you can tell from the services and the way and manner the people respond to you. It can almost state it has a different, an indirect way of stating the price cadre that those services or those establishments fall under. And I was asking why would you be charging somebody a night for 350,000, for 750,000 naira? And he told me, now look, the way we used to run hotels and businesses in the past 15, 20 years, it's not the way we are running hotel businesses now. And that is different. For some of them, they have to provide their own power, standby power. There are some hotels that you will go, or some, I call it, that you will go and you pay money to rest, that you will see bugs on your bed.
Mr. Prey, we are not talking about hotels. Short-let apartment that were 150
it mentioned
on that time of the year.
It mentioned all of it. It mentioned all of it. That you want to go, that some of the time, like he said, you go and they are telling you they have to ration power for 4 hours. You may not have light from 5 hours. You may not have, but at this specific point in time, they are going to put on the power. I said, why do we have that? He said, look, it's because of the amount you pay, that there are some good places you go that they charge you. Yes. He said they charge you good money for it. He said, yes, but you're going to get value for what you've been charged. Am I trying to defend the hike in price of this short-lets and all those hotels? No. But they are equally telling you, some of them, they bought technology for which they used to run their hotels.
Mr. Priye,
I'm coming. Sorry, I'm not trying to justify. I'm telling you from the perspective. I'm telling you about the perspective from the people that I
know the people that run the business.
So these are people that run the business that I spoke with.
Let's separate the hotels from
short-lets. There's no hike in price in hotel in Lagos. Hotels are not increasing their prices. Like I said, they are having full reservation now. But the short-let business owners, the hosts, they are coming on social media. If you go on TikTok, they are complaining because nobody is booking. Now they are crashing their prices. I can send you videos after this show. There are so many of them, not one, not two, not three. Because, and if you ask the tourists, they will tell you as at October when they were planning their trip, and they are calling Nigerian short-let hosts that we want to book December. Guess what they were telling them? Oh, we don't have prices for December yet. You cannot book. The prices of December has not been fixed, so you cannot book. So they want to take advantage of people. And when they do this last year, it's people like us that are suffering for it. And I'll tell you how. Average rent 2 years ago in Lekki Phase 1 and in VI is between 3 million to 5 million for a year. Now, last December, when short-let started charging 400,000, guess what the landlord did in January? They gave everybody average of 150% increment. Because if I give out my house for 4 million, for example, and you can make that 4 million in 10 days doing short-lets, then I'm stupid. So they jack up the price to the average of rent. Now you can go on Property Pro on the internet. Lekki Phase 1 and VI now, on average, is between 7 million to 10 million for 2 bedrooms.
Okay, so now,
it's because of this short-let. So now, you are running a 1-month tourism economy. Now, people that live here that are not doing businesses, we are paying the brunt of it. Now, you have jacked the price from 400 to 700, and you are not justifying it with no service.
So, see, one thing you have to, I told you from the onset, I am not justifying it. I was telling you from the perspective of the people who run this business. And also, we all know that a lot of businesses, not only hoteliers or short-let enterprise, a lot of businesses are taking advantage of the peak period, and they are hiking their prices.
But what is happening?
And this is the reason.
Not getting bookings.
This is the reason. No, it's good if they are not getting bookings.
To rent a Prado now, at the beginning of December, they said December price is 300,000. Now, if you go on your Instagram, people are advertising 120,000 because there's nobody taking it.
Of course, because they took up their prices, and the people does not want to do that. I know I have someone who also do the same thing. I have someone who also. Okay. Now, Chooks, this is where I'm going. Okay. You know, I mean, earlier on, talked about poisoning tourists. No, I think that's quite harsh. Nigerians. No, I'm coming. Wait, Mr. Chooks. I'm not going to say that there are no fake brands or Nigerians, or there are no places in Lagos where people do this fake brand. But we've seen action from the Lagos state government, times with that number, going to these places to clear out all this. Lagos state did it also. NAFDAC also did it. Okay. Right here in CMS, under the bridge at Akpongbo. I'm coming. Where we see there was large complaint coming from those who were even in this business. And they said, look, that part of town has been notorious for selling fake brands of wine. And we all know people go to those places. And after several warnings, they were taken out completely. Yes, the government is doing its bidding, but I cannot say they're taking them out completely.
Mr. Priye, can I say something? Consumers are not buying under the bridge. Consumers are buying in lounges, restaurants, and clubs.
Consumers do buy under the bridge.
I'm getting somewhere.
The people coming from
the tourists, they don't go under the bridge. They go to the clubs. Mr. Priye, there's no week I don't go to club. I don't drink. I hang out, but I have friends. They will tell you that the drinks is bad because they know the taste of the real drinks. Even the tourists, they know.
That is the reason why these places were taken out. That is the reason why these places were taken out. They were. That's why I told you from the onset. It's not that they've taken out everything. There were seen actions from these agencies where they took out these places that sell this fake brand of wine.
Let me tell you something. If you want to stop something like that, you cut the head of the snake. Where is the head of the snake? The points to consumers, the biggest buyer of fake drinks are clubs. Those are the, hold on, those are the people that buy in stock. So if you come out on them and they no longer buy, nobody is producing fake drink. So because how do you push it?
Do they know where exactly the original ones are being sold? Yes. But they stopped going there. They came to these specific places I mentioned. And with these places, were they ransacked by government and NAFDAC officials? Yes. You take care of the route. There is no place you do. No, there is nowhere. It is Nigeria. Wait. Nigeria is not peculiar for selling fake drinks.
Hold on.
It is not peculiar. There are other countries. No. There are other countries too that sell fake drinks.
Hold on.
And I believe they have agencies that deal with that issue.
If I go to a club in America, I can guarantee 99% that I'm never buying a fake drink.
Great. Why? Government regulation.
No, not because of the judicial system that
because you go to jail. If they catch a fake drink in your club, you are going to jail.
Now, hold on. Now, this is where the issue is. You are focusing on Akpongbo, which happens to be a market. But most of the clubs don't
It's
buy.
It's a distribution spot.
Most of them don't buy from there. Then there is a specific brand that made a whole lot of news some time ago. And for that particular brand, it's not just produced anyhow. But if you go to certain Nigerian clubs, you see it anyhow. I'm not going to mention names.
Can you mention names?
I know those ones. And I know the same club you're talking about.
These are things we need to deal with. Because right now, we are looking at a sector which happens to be tourism. The tourists coming in are not going to Akpong, but they're not going to the market. These are the places where they go to most nights. They live where they go, and they go to these clubs. They want a guarantee that what they consume in these places will not come back to haunt them. We have an increase in a lot of kidney issues even in this country right now, all because of what we consume. NAFDAC has come out over and over again to confiscate, to even arrest. But right now, we will need them to get involved in the industry, the tourism industry, and has to do with this particular dirty December side of it. From hotels to clubs, what do we consume? What do we push out? Because we need this industry to work. It's affecting everybody.
Chooks, have you not been a witness to when NAFDAC and state government not only ransack this area that I mentioned, but other places, not only in Lagos State, but also in the southeastern part of the country and the southern part of the country? Have you not witnessed?
We are looking at clubs.
No, wait now.
Right now,
these places are distribution spots. These are places where they equally distribute to some of the clubs you are talking about.
Okay.
So if these places are the targets of the government officials and NAFDAC, they are taking care of the problem from the root. So that these clubs that we are talking, they can do more. Fine, I agree with that, and I equally acknowledge that specific point from the onset.
But they are not doing it. People are still, as at this morning, people still bought, hundreds of people in Lagos, thousands of people have drank fake drink this morning.
Of course.
They will buy a drink this morning.
Chooks, we all understood what we talked about earlier when equally the government and the members of the National Assembly have sat and they are trying to complete. Well, let's not only talk about the tourists, please. Let's also talk about Nigerians.
No, we're talking about the tourism industry.
Yes, of course, tourism industry, but these are ripple effects that affect everyone. So let's equally talk about when the government is telling you they are taking care of all these things, including from the sachets to the plastics, because these ones, I tell you, they're equally still being sold in the clubs too. Not only I'm talking about the PET bottles of some of these brands. They're equally sold in the clubs too.
Do you go to the club, Mr. Priye? I don't sell it. You don't go to the club.
They do. See, some of them they don't really sell in the club. They sell at the front of the club. Because not every person that goes to the club make do with those high brands you're talking about.
Hold on, Priye. Hold on. Now we have this is now. Let's talk about the industry now. Good. For the clubs he is talking about, on this side of town, they don't sell those, both in and outside. You don't even see anybody coming in with bottles in the first place. Now, we are looking at...
I have watched documentaries where these things are sold in front of clubs,
not those
around clubs.
Hold on.
Come on, Chooks. No, because you go to the...
This is Lagos Island.
Of course, it's Lagos. Are you saying these things are not sold in Lagos Island, in the clubs,
hold on.
Around the clubs?
Hold on.
No, I can't take that.
Don't know. You're not the one buying or selling. So
no, of course. He doesn't drink it too, but he knows where the ones have been sold.
See, we are of the opinion on this table that we need to clean up and get connected. Everybody within the value chain of Dirty December industry. Because what happened this year should not repeat next year. So when we argue here, we want everybody to get involved.
And learn.
Club owners are, yes, we need you. You want to make profit, but please, let's not, in the name of business and profit, throw away tomorrow. Because that is what short-let owners are coming to face right now.
Can I give an example? You see a spike in increase of Nigerians going to Zanzibar. Let me give you a cost breakdown, and you compare with what we have in Nigeria. The Zanzibar visa is about $150. Then the flight there is about $1,000. Then your all-inclusive stay, 2 people for 10 days, is average of $1,000, which is 1.5 million naira. So what does the all-inclusive entails? It means good accommodation by the water, beach house, that is very comfortable. It includes one meal for 2 people. It includes massage for 2 people by the water every day. It includes happy hour, free drink from 6 p.m. up till midnight. Every night for that 10 days.
When you say happy hour, please let them know that it's just for drinks.
It's just for drinks. It's just for drink. Happy hour drinks from 6 p.m. to 12 midnight. Every day for the 10 days. You are getting all of that for $1,000, which is 1.5 million. Now compare. Can you even get a good place for 2 people to sleep in Lagos for that? And we are not running this tourism in isolation. We are in competition with our fellow African countries, Ghana, Europe, and America. So we need to look at comparative pricing, global pricing, and especially for people that are coming from the West, they're already paying a lot to come in terms of tickets. So we should accord them, we should welcome them. People have been seeing a lot of people that are not in any way connected with Nigeria. They just have Nigerian friends. non-Nigerian family or anything, they go as high as paying $500 for visa, pay $2,000, $3,000 for tickets, and they come here and you treat them like that.
Okay. We are looking forward to a growing economy and we want things to work. Now, let's move ahead. Pray, don't worry. NAFDAC will come. Let's get straight. Yeah, InterSwitch is making a strategic knowledge and strategic move, and it's good for the industry. Now, Ethiopian National Payment Switch, InterSwitch is getting there. At InterSwitch, not just a Nigerian company, mind you, but this is what it's happening. We say Africa should get connected, and Africa needs to really get connected. And InterSwitch is making that happen. Now, InterSwitch recently hosted a strategic visit by Ethiopian National Payment Switch, at its Lagos headquarters, marking a major milestone in regional payment collaboration. The visit was part of the Switch effort to shape a robust 5-year strategy and 15-year roadmap aimed at transforming Ethiopia's payment infrastructure and driving financial inclusion. InterSwitch shared key insights on its resilient digital payments model, reinforcing its role as a continental leader fostering innovation, capital building, and knowledge sharing across Africa's financial system. This is what we are still talking about. If we want to have that particular business climate in Africa, nobody should work in isolation. We are coming from the tourism side now, and we use 30 December as a point of reference. Everybody needs to have a connection one way or the other. I shouldn't be sorting transport, then go sort accommodation, then go sort feeding, then go sort flight. One particular portal should be able to handle everything. And everybody should get connected. InterSwitch is doing the same. Well, I know a lot of the money will be leaving Nigeria, but hey, business is business. Let's get straight to what's happening automobile industry. Now, this is the one that concerns us a lot. It might not be direct money, but it concerns us. Now, EU, that's the European Union, they are poised to reverse. If you remember, 2035, they said combustion cars will be banned. Now, that particular ban is what we are looking at right now. People will say, how does it concern us? We are the major producers of crude, mind you. We are building more refineries. So this concerns us a lot. Now, the European Union is expected to announce on Tuesday a rollback on its 2035 ban on new combustion engine cars, following mounting pressure from Germany, Italy, and the struggling European auto market. Sources say the ban could be delayed by 5 years or softened indefinitely as EU officials finalize the detail. The shift comes amid growing competition from Chinese and US electric vehicle makers, which has intensified concern over Europe's auto industry competitiveness. The original 2035 ban was part of EU's climate target, but critics now argue that it risks crippling local car makers and accelerating job losses across the sector. Okay. We had this particular discussion once on this table, and everybody was saying, hey, let's all go green. Let's wake up one day and voila, nobody buying that good fuel. And the people that are trying to force this particular sector down our throat are rethinking it. Where should we be going right now?
I mean, we should consider all our options. The good thing is that we are not very invested in auto manufacturing yet. So it's a good time to align our manufacturing plants towards EV, which is the future, is inevitable. Definitely. And what EU is trying to do is they've realized that America and China, they have a head start in EV manufacturing and they are unable to compete. The latest EV manufacturer in China, BYD, they are selling cars for as low as $10,000 and is already selling greatly in Europe. And you know, the Toyotas, the other Germany manufacturer, European manufacturer, they don't see how they can compete with a $10,000 USD brand new car. And even in Nigeria, our local manufacturers too, they are selling cars that cheap. I don't know if I can mention it.
Go ahead.
GAC has a car that goes for as low as 15 million naira for commercial DE. The one we call Korope, the small buses. And their salon car goes for 25 million naira, brand new EV. So,
but how strong can we really put that on the road from Lagos to Anambra?
It can travel 4 hours. Then after 4 hours, you have to charge for about 30 minutes to continue your journey.
Okay.
So, and so we can start aligning with the future, and especially for us as a people, we're already bearing the brunt of climate change. We can see the heavy rainfall. We can see, flooding almost throughout the flash flooding across the country, almost throughout the year, and we can see what it has. Flood has displaced so many communities across about 8 states in Nigeria. So we need to start taking this green initiative seriously. So it's not just about the economy. Our economy depends a lot on gasoline-fired engine, so much, but we need to find a way to start positioning ourselves for the future as well. We have to find a way, find a balance. The good thing is that we are properly positioned too in terms of resources for the green economy, because we have a large deposit of lithium. There's a $200 million plant for lithium in Nasarawa State, and we are looking to see more of those kind of investments in other states. So we have lithium, so we are blessed, so we are equipped with what we need to be part of this green energy in the future. We just need to start embracing it. The heavy rain this December on the island opened a lot of more people into climate change, like, yo, this is real. This so much heavy rain in December. It is real. Climate change is real. And it's time we start trying to align ourselves. Government can start investing in lithium development too as well. We should not just fold our arms and wait for the foreigners to come and develop it for, because it's investment.
Okay. While we look at it investment, let's look at it now on Naira and Kobo money. Should we start jettisoning combustion engines?
I don't think so. Even the combustion engines that we're talking about, have we been able as a country or as a continent to explore the technology behind using this for our own advantage in terms of local manufacturing cars, apart from the extent where we have gone in assembling, except for a few who are exploring the manufacturing aspect? No. So if we are all going green, while the idea of going green is not a bad idea, but we should not make it a priority. It should be in the works, but it should not be a priority. The countries in the West that we are looking at, they didn't get to their level of industrialization through the instrument of green and power and all of that. So if that is what the trajectory they are going at this moment in time, I think their climes are even more susceptible to climate change and the dangers that comes with it because of the toll that industrialization had taken in that. While we must be looking at avoiding that, we must look for a better way and cost-effective. It's not that we use that technology and we are unable to fund it or to sustain it locally. Yes, we can do a part of that, but not a priority. We must make do with what we currently have, knowing that we have this in more advantage. We are at advantage and we have it more in capacity, in volumes. So okay, we should take a very, very good look at that, where if we can develop our strength. I know that South Africa manufactures cars and its market, yes, Africa, but we also need Nigeria to come to speed with that in terms of manufacturing, looking at the combustion engine, so that we can service the African market and not just go green because the West is going green, because we'll be shortchanging ourselves and we have this product to sell. To who are we going to use it?
Okay, who are we going to sell the products to? We have to sell this product to somebody. We just have to sell this product to somebody. Now let's go straight to what's happening in Hollywood. That merger is still causing issues. Now, Hollywood is mourning Warner Bros. Now, decline as Netflix Paramount battle for studio. Hollywood insiders are describing the collapse of Warner Bros. As a disaster, catastrophe, and nightmare, amid reports of an impending sale to either Netflix or Paramount Skydance. The historic studio's fall comes during a prolonged production slump, raising fears of further job losses and fewer opportunities for creative workers in an already strained industry. Founded over a century ago, Warner Bros. Has produced classics like Casablanca, Batman, Harry Potter, and sales mark the end of an era and signals deeper upheaval in Teen South Town. Yes, this is just more like a public service announcement. Is Trump going to allow that sale to Netflix to go through? Do you think he will allow it to go through, or he will just say, "Okay, let it stay here, Paramount"?
I don't. If Trump, as the president of the United States, is there to protect American interest, there's so much at stake. I don't think he's going to allow it go. If eventually it goes through, we might see a condition that says an American investor should be part of the owners, should be one of the directors of Netflix. And there is a counter offer that is bigger than
Netflix
offer. So if Warner Bros. Is about money, then they will sell to Paramount. So, but Netflix depends so much. They really need the American content because I believe down the line, it's part of the story that we'll talk about. There's been decline in their subscribers and subsequently their shares because there are so many new American streaming platforms. Amazon Prime is the major one with American content, and they are taking subscribers from Netflix. So Netflix really needs a robust American library. So they really need it to survive.
Okay. While they needed that to survive, let's still talk about another major sale that has kept the world going for quite too long. Now, TikTok sale, deadline looms at billionaire investor left in limbo. Yeah, you heard us. Now, the billionaire investor interested in acquiring TikTok's US operation says he's been left in limbo. As the American is still being left in limbo, government delays action on platform's first sale. The Chinese-owned app Trump started this particular dance some time ago, operated by ByteDance, faces a U.S. ultimatum to divest or face a nationwide ban. However, President Donald Trump, always there, is expected to extend the sale deadline for the 5th time on Tuesday. The delay has created uncertainty for potential buyers, with the investor telling the BBC that the lack of clarity is frustrating for those ready to commit resources and close a deal. Remember, during Trump's first dance, he pulled up the TikTok issue. First, he used security issue as a major issue for the American population and citizens. America must have a hand in TikTok. It almost came through, then he lost the election. Now he's back again. And this is about to pull through. Do you see it happening anytime soon?
I don't know. I mean, I see Trump is trying to protect American interests because there is a security challenge. We don't know how far it is about the Chinese government using TikTok to spy on Americans and to get their information. And it can't be further from the truth because the owner of Meta, the Facebook, has agreed on the floor of the Congress in America that they get information from people, they sell people's data. So, and I believe that's one of the reasons why China developed TikTok. And America is a major market for TikTok. They cannot afford to lose that market. Some of their most exclusive features are for America, like the TikTok shop, and a lot of Americans are making money off of it for trade and commerce. The last time, during the last administration, when Biden announced the ban of TikTok, a lot of Americans came out and were crying, young people, like, okay, this is how I've been surviving, this is how we make money off of the app. So, and that has demonstrated how important the application is to Americans. However, the President of America, Donald Trump, is saddled with the responsibility to protect the interest of America and especially the integrity and the security of it. So if there is any chance that the Chinese government is spying on Americans with that application, America needs somebody at the decision table in TikTok to look out for their interests.
Okay, now let's now turn it around. First is TikTok. No, right? Okay, first it was TikTok. It's still dragging. Then, what's it called? Warner Bros. We see America as a country coming into private businesses. We had the NVIDIA story too. It's countless. When are we going to start seeing African countries coming to mega African-owned businesses or foreign businesses happening or operating in Africa or on Nigerian soil, and making sure that Africans or Nigerians are also in the mix in those businesses?
Okay, if you look at the direction for which Trump is interrupting or coming into these businesses, they have the infrastructure and the intelligence that can tell them that, look, this is being used as a weapon against our country. So we need to, play in that space. We have not looked at it, or we've not looked at some of these, perspective, these propensities within the continent of Africa, or let's say in Nigeria in this case. So you can see our intervention in things like this are quite very, very minimal. Very, very minimal in the sense that even if we're expected to intervene, these operations or these companies, this organization, multinationals, they have their way of lobbying policymakers, lawmakers to have their way through, to get their way through. And it's equally obvious that the required intelligence are not at their disposal.
At whose disposal?
I mean,
African leaders?
Yes, and not at their disposal. Or even if it is looked at from different perspectives to protect the welfare and the interests of Nigerians or Africans, sometimes we see this greedy disposition coming from them. So we don't, you see us really play in that aspect. But I tell you, if by the time we begin to have leadership that could demonstrate, for lack of a better word, the Trumpism kind of leadership.
Why must you use Trumpism?
Well, I'm just doing that for a leader that can just look inwardly and say, okay, let's play some form of politics beyond our shores, and let's flex our muscles to an extent where we can be looked at as protecting the interest of our people. Then we can begin to take steps like this that will be for our good.
Okay, we really want to see us taking steps like that will be for our good. I want to say thank you for being here on this table that is alive, to be part of today's program. To everyone out there, thank you. Remember, go on the social media platforms and follow us, and we will follow you back. My name is SOUQ News. Nigeria belongs to all of us. Nobody's more Nigerian than you. Let's make it work. We'll do this again tomorrow. Pray.
I'm Priya Kurumala. Good morning to you, and thanks for watching.
Thank you. Amin.
Mukta Amin, thanks for watching. Have a great week ahead.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. a place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
The core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine, defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute. I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas. They come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing, in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And is one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, two things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowles, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where we uncover the gold in every enterprise. Today, we explore a buzzing opportunity that is sweet, sustainable, and seriously profitable: beekeeping and honey production. Nigeria's honey demand is rising, but supply still falls short, creating a lucrative gap in the market. Beekeeping is a low-capital agribusiness with high returns, especially when done organically. From honey to beeswax, propolis to royal jelly, every part of the hive has commercial value. Imagine this: low startup, high yield, a beginner-friendly venture with starter kits costing 50,000 naira to 150,000 naira and profit margins above 60% after the first harvest. That is very possible. Also, are you thinking climate advantage? Nigeria's tropical vegetation and long flowering seasons make it ideal for beekeeping almost year-round. So you know that's a good business to venture into. Now let's look at health and organic market boom. Natural unadulterated honey is in high demand. This demand kept increasing on a daily basis, not just locally, but across West Africa and international markets. And it is used for different purposes, from health to skincare, culinary, and more. You may need further research, professional advice to understand exactly what I am talking about. Now, value chain potential. Processing and packaging honey, producing beeswax candles, selling hives, or even offering training is the way to go. Do not miss out. Just so you know, this is a climate-smart, gender-inclusive business that doesn't require owning a land or intensive labor. Here is how to take advantage. Start small with training and support enroll in the basic beekeeping course. Many NGOs, agricultural institutions, and cooperatives offer short-term hands-on training. Join a cooperative to access shared equipment, farmland, and easier entry into the market. Invest in starter kits. Begin with 1 or 2 hives. Starter kits typically include protective gears, a smoker, hive tools, and a bee colony. All you need to get started. Explore the full value chain. Process and bottle raw honey for local or boutique markets. Create value-added products such as beeswax candles, lip balm, soap, and natural polish. Build and sell beehives or rent them to farms for pollination services. Offer training and mentorship as your experience grows. Target empowerment opportunities. That's very key. Many donor-funded projects now support climate-smart land-light ventures like beekeeping, making it ideal for women and youth with limited capital but strong entrepreneurial drive. From the wild to the wallet, beekeeping is more than a craft. It's a golden opportunity. With the right training and tools, you can turn nature's sweetest gift into your next source of steady income. And you know what? You don't need to think twice. If you want to go into it, take that decision now and get started. I am Grace Komalafe, and this is Cashcraft. I'll see you again some other time. Bye.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw eco-tourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences. The nation is becoming more and more popular among tourists looking for a less marketed experience because of its tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards agro-processing and resilience-based farming as climatic issues worsen. Malawi is unique not because of what it lacks, but rather because of how it uses what it has, transforming its communal strength and natural resources into a gradual but steady force for growth. I am Laura, and this is Just Africa.
1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry and went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home. And everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knot somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, how come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent? And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. And so I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, you were not paying attention. So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, we were trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not, trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I are being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress. How would you ever get there? But you already have that background. that solid background on the rock, as it were. So by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of the professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, base of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still not seeing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, you know, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, you're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Owebrand, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Ndagoba. And you're trying to prepare your roster, and you wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radididu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is raining everywhere in the world. So really, you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV. You have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First SOUQ. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world. That brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because it was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish. That is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first SOUQ, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of SOUQ. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own SOUQ all on his own from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. What do you think went wrong? Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people, wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having... I had a friend who was head of the... he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. He said, what happened? Why are you going to have another SOUQ? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a SOUQ in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them. to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, Theatre Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wale Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere, I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build a scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened. And that, it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning. By the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station. Or somebody can throw you in, or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Bishola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. You know, things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, you know, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, you know, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members by late Auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was the lead commodore of their navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you, because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now, because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If we all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into Porda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But that's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, because I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. And I used to accompany him to the palace of Obaoyekon. And someone then said, well, Yetu, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yetu, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Oyekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yetu of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Etiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they're playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend a meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not. I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because, no. I don't want, I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house. He says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books And he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, you know, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limits then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, you know, to prepare. You know, there was a time when chicory food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So like people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased its direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the US approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential.
Hello and welcome to the midday news here on SOUQ News Television. We are reaching live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komalafe. The federal government has banned the admission and transfer of students into senior secondary school 3 across all public and private schools. The directive issued by the Federal Ministry of Education takes effect from the 2026-2027 academic session. Officials say the move targets examination malpractice linked to last-minute student transfers and special centers. Admissions and transfers will now be restricted strictly to Senior Secondary School 1 and Senior Secondary School 2. Education authorities want that school owners and administrators must comply fully with the policy. Any violation, the ministry said, will attract sanctions under existing education regulations. And our Nigeria's federal government plan to issue up to 4 trillion naira in power sector bond is raising fresh concerns among energy experts and financial analysts. The government says the bonds backed by sovereign guarantees are designed to settle long-standing debt owed by electricity generation companies and gas suppliers, inject liquidity into the power value chain, and restore investor confidence. The bonds will be issued through NBET Finance Company with a 7-year tenor and semi-annual interest payments, allowing GenCos to trade or use them as collateral. However, critics warn the move amount to use a new debt to pay old debt, potentially deepening Nigeria's public debt burden. Analysts argue that without cost-reflective tariffs, improved distribution company performance, and stronger regulatory enforcement, the intervention may only offer temporary relief while creating long-term fiscal risk to taxpayers. And moving on, the Nigerian Customs Service and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority have reinforced collaboration to stop diversion of petroleum products meant for domestic use. The commitment was reaffirmed during a high-level meeting in Abuja, but agencies stressed protecting energy security and legitimate trade. Customs Comptroller General Adewale Adeniyi said Operation Wild Wind has delivered measurable results through intelligence sharing and joint enforcement. He pledged continued technical and border management support for new petroleum export guidelines. Clear procedures, he noted, are vital as Nigeria becomes an emerging exporter. NMDPRA Executive Director Ogbugo Okoha said joint monitoring along border corridors has reduced cross-border diversion. He added that subsidy removal cuts smuggling incentives, while stakeholder consultations will align export rules with operational realities. The agencies pledged sustained cooperation to safeguard supply chains. And away from that story, India has opened talks with Mexico to address proposed tariff increases affecting about $2 billion in exports. A senior trade official said discussions aim to prevent trade disruptions and protect market access. Mexico's Senate approved tariff hikes of up to 50% on imports from several countries, including India. The measures are expected to take effect in 2026, despite opposition from business groups. Indian authorities warned the tariffs could hike key export sectors and weaken bilateral trade momentum. Both sides are seeking a negotiated outcome to ease trade frictions. And lastly, in the news, the Bank of Japan has signaled that conditions now support a trade hike. Strong weight momentum remains a central policy requirement. Officials say progress continues despite external trade pressures. A BOJ report showed firms expect fiscal 2026 wage increases to match 2025 levels. Last year recorded some of Japan's strongest pay growth in decades. This trend reinforces confidence in demand-led inflation. The assessment effectively cements the case for tightening policy this week. Markets are now pricing in near-term action. Attention has shifted to guidance on future rate monetization. And as the news this afternoon, do well to follow us via our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Please stay with us. Once again, my name is Grace Komalafe. Good afternoon.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that's the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in other words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging in these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. when we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed, and I also there are some things I am taking home. For instance, now. Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we technocrats are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can. In a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Najib Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, publication of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all others necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Yeah, hello and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You know, here we break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and tell the African stories differently. Yeah, being a new week, I don't know if you know that when we think about space science, satellites and ocean data, it's easy to imagine distant or abstract technology. But the truth is, these tools are already shaping our everyday lives, from predicting floods and droughts to tackling illegal fishing, mapping cities, protecting coastlines, and responding faster to disasters. Across Africa and the world, space science and geospatial intelligence are quietly becoming some of the most powerful problem-solving tools of our time. They help governments plan smarter, businesses operate more efficiently, and communities prepare for risks they can no longer afford to ignore. I am Omevi Idolor, and this is Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. And I don't have to do this alone. I have Emmanuel Amulu in the studio with me. Hello, Emmanuel.
Hello, Omevi. Good afternoon, Lagos. Good afternoon, Africa. Good afternoon, Nigeria. And here again, we're another interesting conversation we're going to have today on the show. It's been a very interesting weekend, but a lot of events are happening. Some of them have to do with the environment. Some of them have to do with, the weather. And it rained, I think, last Thursday that almost turned Lagos to somewhere that we'd never realized again. But these are part of daily activities that, as we're going to find out in our conversation today, many of them are not always backed up by quality data that you can use to make decisions and references, because many people didn't predict that rain, for example, and it rained a lot of plans. Many people got to work very, very late, and it exposed so many environmental flaws. Perhaps if we had accurate data, we would have been able to predict it and, of course, know how to maneuver it. So in our conversation today, we're able to uncover some of these conversations.
Yes. Today we explore how data from space and sea is being transformed into real-world solutions, just like Kamulu said. So how can satellites help farmers grow more food? How does ocean data protect livelihoods along our coasts? And what happens when science, technology, and policy finally work together? This is not science for scientists alone. This is science for people, for development, and for the future. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, you will be meeting an amazing guest. The guest has gone to where you said again?
Yeah, gone to space.
So, and
Mars.
So we'll be right back, and you'll be meeting this amazing guest. Stay with us. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Today we'll be discussing how to use space science, geospatial intelligence, and ocean data to solve real problems. Our guest is Dr. Ayoride Kapo. I hope I pronounced that well. So Dr. Ayoride is the Chief Scientific Officer and Head of Natural Resources Management, COPAN. That's a NASRDA, and an international ocean expert, IOC UNESCO. So Dr. Ayoride is one of Nigeria's foremost experts in satellite remote sensing and Earth observation. He brings over a decade of practical and scientific experience in applying space science to real development problems. As Chief Scientific Officer at NASRDA's Cooperative Information Network, that's COPAN, and an international ocean expert with UNESCO. We didn't just bring in a small boy here.
No.
It's Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. He has worked extensively across land cover analysis, climate vulnerability, flood mapping, soil and mineral suitability, fisheries, limnology, ocean monitoring, coastal change detection, public health. Oh, should I go on?
No, it's okay. It's okay. The title is plenty.
Dr. Ayoride, welcome to the show.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, when you see, Amolo, do you know, when you see him from outside, you will not know this is the person.
Yes, like the title, see all the things that he's knowledgeable about and has been involved with. Welcome so much, sir, to the show today.
The pleasure is all mine.
How was getting to the studio, sir?
Very simple. We actually use space technology
Yeah. Okay. So let's go straight into our conversations. Okay. Most times when people hear space science, from like what I read in my introduction, people think of abstract technology. People think of it's out of the world. So when we talk about space science, or we talk about geospatial science and the likes, what does that mean? How do you explain that to the average African that is watching right now?
Space science is simply science from space. It's simply the science of where. When we talk about space, space is location. We're located here. So anything that has a locational space is space science. Like I was mentioning that coming here, I didn't need to travel, I didn't need to start asking where I was there. I simply went to the app, the geospatial app, the Google Earth, which you all know. Just checked the place I was going to, give me the direction, and it was easy. So that's how simple space science is.
Wow. So it's not something that we need to be so scientific about.
No, you don't.
It's just something that can help us in basic day-to-day decision making.
Basic day-to-day decision making.
You know, the truth is, when we hear science and space, well, I don't know. Maybe you have to correct me. I'm not so knowledgeable about how many Nigerians have been out of space, right? I knew you were mentioning when we were having a conversation offer that there's a Nigerian that's at least crossed one of the spheres, otherwise hemisphere or one of the spheres. But because we are not so familiar with space technology, many of us do not even know the kind of questions to ask and how to solve our problems. How do you navigate around this knowledge gap?
The knowledge gap is situations just like this, coming out to give advocacy, to educate people on what space science is. Okay. Let them see it, the breakdown, and actually look at it that there are even things they are doing subconsciously every day that they don't know. Everybody is using a mobile phone today. We're all using e-commerce today. All these are products of space science.
Really?
Yes, because the space science gives you the navigation. And it's only through navigation that you can get to where your customers do your delivery through. So the Jumia we are using today, the Kunga we are using today, the Udal that started earlier on, if they started earlier in 2015, they did a drone delivery. It was more of a promotional thing, but a drone delivery. But some state governments are actually now using drones to deliver key medical equipment, supplies. Like Kaduna State, Cross River State and Bayelsa have a partnership with SOUQ, where they use it to deliver blood vessels, blood samples, drugs, and even vaccines to very hard-to-reach remote areas. So those are areas where they're already using the space science.
How about geospatial science? Is geospatial science intelligence, because we're actually trying to link everything together?
The thing is that they are actually all the same thing.
Okay.
We call it geospatial science because it has now moved from just the normal science to utilizing it, to deriving information, useful insights from it. And that's what it calls it geo-intel.
Okay.
And that geo-intel can go in all aspects of the economy, business, agriculture, security, defense, climate monitoring, environment, just name it.
Wow. So wait, when you talk about geospatial intelligence, right, you've worked on land, because we're reading out your data. You've worked on land, you've worked on sea, you've worked on space, literally everything. Where does it converge? Where do they meet? Or how does geospatial intelligence help you cover all these?
Geospatial intelligence cover everything because the information which is derived, the useful insights which is derived from all these areas using the space technology is the product of the geospatial intelligence.
Wait, we will understand what's maybe break it down. What is geospatial? Because I look like I'm throwing jargon.
Geo is space. Geo is space.
Geo is space.
And everything which you mentioned, land, water, sea, are all in space.
Okay.
So anything that is space is geo.
Okay.
The intelligence now is the information you derive
from all these places.
From all these places.
Do they teach these things in school?
Yes, they teach it in school, but you also have to develop yourself. Everything cannot be learned. But there are knowledge, there are books around it, there are YouTube videos around it, there are trainings, MOCs, online open courses that you can learn all these things too.
Now,
and some of them you learn from experience.
Now, when we talk about space and geospatial intelligence and the likes, we understand that, yes, people like you tend to get data from this kind of places. how useful are those data to the average African? Why should an average African care about satellites?
He has to care about satellite because first and foremost, you know that the higher you are, the more view you're able to view. And that's why the higher you are, the more view, more coverage you're able to take. And so imagine a satellite that is over 600 kilometers above. You can imagine what it will snap.
Okay.
So, yes. So, and the beauty of the satellite is that it can take a synoptic view. We have some satellites, high-resolution satellites that can take up to 20 kilometers at once. So imagine what 20 kilometers, just a single scene. Now, if you have to use that with a camera now, you're limited on how you can do it. Now, there are other satellites that can snap 150 kilometers. And when you look at it, that from Toll Gate to Ibadan is about 110 kilometers. You can imagine what you see in just a simple scene. And the beauty of the satellite is that it is consistent. So it's programmed in such a way that if it snaps a picture by 2 o'clock, if the revisit period is 3 days, every 3 days it will snap that same picture. So you can have continuous monitoring.
Yes. Oh wait, look, the truth is, I am fascinated having to share a table with you, right? Because most of what you're saying kind of like feels very alien. But you talked about having to learn a couple of things on your own, right? Especially in terms of geospatial intelligence. If you were to explain what you do, because you worked in UNESCO, you worked in Israel, if you were to explain what you do to a common person on the street, like a market woman or Okada, and okay, this is what I do, how do you explain that, break it down for them to understand?
Well, for a market woman, I will simply tell her that what we do is that we use satellite data to help her map out the fastest way in which she can get to her destination, to help her map out areas where she can live and be free of flooding, to help her map out areas where our market can sell most due to the fact that you have more settlement population there.
Wow. It's like, you know, the truth is that so many things are going on right now in this space, and I'm like, we really living this life, but we didn't even know.
Yes.
Right? And now let's bring it down to solving real problems, right? You talked about flooding. Is it that we don't have enough of you people so that we avoid places that will regularly flood and we do the warnings? Or we just have the data, but we don't know how to interpret it?
We can interpret the data. You see, the flooding comes from the rainy season. And here in Nigeria, we are at around the equator.
Yes.
And so the water flows from up the northern Sahel countries, Niger and what have you, down here, all trying to enter the Atlantic Ocean.
Yes.
So over time, they built dams to control this water and also for irrigation and for hydroelectricity.
Yes.
But when the rainy season comes, this water starts building up. And at all these different dams, it starts getting to a level whereby they must release. Naturally, there's always a release. It's a constant release. But as the water is increasing, it does not meet the rate of normal release. So they have to open up the inlets, the outlets more, so that more water comes out. And because of the force in which it's coming out from, it's going to come down to the south here. So areas along the floodplain are going to be affected. Now, naturally, before, you have what you call floodplain, wetlands, near this, so that if the water overflows, this wetland serves as buffer. But due to development and increase in population growth, some of these wetlands have been converted. Farmers have started using it based on the fact that the water it's well, and crops grow very well there, and crops like rice that need water and even planting. So they've utilized it there. Then even in urban areas too, people have started building houses there.
Yes.
And water must always find its level. But one thing I like is that the Lagos State government has actually had an agreement with the Ogun Water Basin that they don't have to wait until that water goes to that level. And so they will be releasing it more constantly. So that by the time the rainy season gets to the peak and water is there, the volume that will be released will not be that much to cause the flood. Another thing has to do with our attitude. I was watching on the TV the other time when the Commissioner for Environment and Waterways went. Somebody built a very fine house and blocked the water channel inside his house.
But someone actually sold the plot of land to that person.
Somebody sold the land to him, but didn't sell the water channel to him.
Point, Jack. Well, point. But I mean, I don't know.
Nigerians were always we have a way of, I don't know whether it's greediness. We want to take more. You see, what you are,
They
when
give
they
you
sell
yard,
land to you,
yes.
whether it's 100 by 50 meters or 100 by 26 meters, there's always a setback from the main road.
Yes.
Some feet, maybe 20 or 30 feet. But Nigerians will want to take that area and even encroach on the road. So it has to do with discipline. And that's why our fiscal planning has to do more. Enforce. They have to carry out enforcement and finding of those who encroach into it.
Yeah.
Because the land, if you check the real plot of land we sold the guy, the water channel did not pass there. In fact, his land will be far in.
Inside. But he just chose
He just chose it and brought a major channel, a big channel.
And each time we explain these things that you have built on a water channel, you hear the next thing you hear is but you got approval from the state government. That's what they always claim. But you know that nobody in the right mind would approve a water channel for you to go and build on. Even if the person that gave you approval did not see the land, I'm just saying, did not see the land. You that want to build on it, is it that the common sense does not tell you that water will pass here?
No, the person that ever sold it to you knows that it doesn't follow a water channel because the survey plan, the Surveyor General of Lagos State, they have a general survey plan.
Yes.
So before they give you a land, they must check it, plot it on the chart, and make sure that it falls within that line. They remove all the green areas from it.
Yes.
So that's the plot that they will approve for you. So when you now have that, now you now decide that, okay, this place is open. And that's the thing there.
Just have to add
this place is open. Let me just
don't
add it
add
to
it.
it.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, now I love the fact that you're explaining this right now. And you've already mentioned some of the preventive methods instead of waiting for disaster to happen. You mentioned the government, the enforcement agency, ensuring that people don't build on those ways. I will also get to the farmers' experts on how they can use geospatial intelligence as well. But what are the other preventive methods? Because Africa, we every year in, year out, in Lagos, we always face this flood. The government keeps talking, people are talking, but yet we don't listen. So what are those measures, or what are those tools? As a scientist, as a geospatial scientist, what are those tools that you think we can use to prevent flood when the rains are much?
Yes. Fortunately, my office actually carried out a project which will map the flood vulnerability of the whole of Southwest. And we looked at it using all the river basins way back up to Edo State. So we're able to map out the most vulnerable areas in where flood occur. So now, the most vulnerable areas flood occurs can be marked as red zones, whereby development is not allowed there.
Yes.
And if at all they must do development there, then they must also create a separate channel for the water, because the water is actually not really staying there.
Yes.
The water is going
Yes.
to the Atlantic Ocean. But anything that comes in its way,
It takes away.
it takes away. So if they have to, because of development or for whatever purpose, have to build on a flooded area or floodplain area, then they must create a separate channel whereby the water can pass through, so that it will not affect them. And even if they are building too, they have to elevate their building up,
Okay.
so that their properties will not be there, because most of the time people build houses and by the time water rises, it has covered their place. But if they build on elevated foundations, they will avoid that flood. Though that also comes with its own issue, because now that you are building on a flood-prone area, you have things like your drainage, your waste drainage. So if you dig it down there, tendency of it to percolate with the water is there. And also, you are also depending on your water too. Most likely you want to do your bowl, because that kind of area, you don't expect the government to pipe water there.
Yes.
So if you put your borehole there, now possibility of the waste in percolating to your borehole affecting your water is also there. So it's a two-way thing that they have to be.
Okay, so, sorry, I know Amolo wants to ask you some questions. Geospatial intelligence, how does that help a farmer? Because we are talking about food insecurity right now. We're talking about so many things that, and you also agree with me that agriculture employs millions of people in Africa. How can they employ the services of geospatial scientists and their intelligence to ensure that there is so much food production so we don't go into food scarcity? How do we do that?
Yes, that's a very good question. The geospatial intelligence has indexes where we can map production of food. We can map the extent of the land. We can map the health, There are indices where we can map the vegetation health to know whether the crop is growing well or not.
Okay.
We can use the climate data to predict when the rains will fall, because when they want to apply their pesticides, herbicides, and so they mustn't do it where there's rain. We can use the terrain data to help them identify areas that have high slope so that their nutrients don't wash off. We can also use the soil moisture index to help them know when the soil is moist enough for them to carry out activities like harrowing, like plowing, for them to grow their crops very, very well.
Wait, your work is plenty. I'm seeing so many things that are possibilities.
Yes.
People who build houses, do they consult people like you?
Well, they don't really consult, or they are more into the builders, maybe because they don't know our own aspect of
so
the work.
they ought to, they
But
should.
They ought to.
Okay, so but then again, I know, I mean, satellite is not something they usually teach us in school. I'm sure I went through all my university, I don't know what a satellite looks like. But can satellites help us to, I know you talked about taking pictures of random days, can it also help us detect when water is bad? Like an area where water is bad. People like things like desertification. When we displace an arable land, can satellite help us?
Yes, satellite can help us. I think it monitors the trend over time.
Okay.
So the development we're having in the north now
can
be monitored with the satellites to know the trend of how the sun is incursion into the savanna. And so from there now they can decide where they want to plant their trees to curb this insertion. I think there's a project, the Green Wall. Green Wall is still ongoing. China has a similar one. But China's one is actually 2 deserts. They want to block 2 deserts. And they have actually gone very far on it. And in fact, what they discovered was that apart from just blocking it, it's actually regenerated the water, the underground water from the plants itself. So that area now has water. The area that was desert
before,
you can now
because of the plants that
because the plants you have there. Therefore, the pollution we're having, especially in the southwest here, we have what we call sedimentary gold. In the north, you have solid golds in bar, but here we have sedimentary gold. So it means that they are very small. And so you usually see them along the river channels. Now, there's a lot of...
south here?
Yes. Yes, in Oshun, part of Oyo, Oshun, Kwara, and thereabouts. So part of most of the mining are occurring along those riverbeds. Some of the riverbeds are dried up due to climate, but some of them. So when they carry out all this mining, they pollute the water. In fact, there's a particular year whereby the whole water in the Oshun Groove was actually polluted. And the Oshun Groove is a tourist attraction where you have people come from diaspora to come and celebrate with them in the festival. So there was a year that the water was so polluted, it was yellow, that people could not even bat into it. And the celebrants there, they had to now, the people there, the priestess, and had to now start telling people that they should not bother about the color of the water, that the spiritual power of the water is still there. But those are the kind of things that you can, so satellite can detect that pollution for you on time. So it will help to
make decisions
like the environmental regulation. What they're able to know where this thing is occurring and quickly go there to arrest those responsible.
Okay, so let's move to blue economy. We'll talk about the fish and the rest. How does the ocean data helps protect fisheries, the marine, everything that concerns fisheries? And when it comes to illegal fishing, you're not supposed to fish in a particular ocean and you're going there. How does it help?
It helps because, one, you can monitor the number of ships. We have satellites that have resolutions that can monitor the size of ship, because a ship is quite big, and so you can see it based on the spatial resolution. So having made the ships are not supposed to fish within the 5 nautical mile. 5 nautical mile is strictly for the fishermen, so that they're able to, because of the cost, and that is where the fishes are actually reach. But over time now, climate change, we have seen that the fishes are now migrating, because that 5 nautical mile is no more environmentally conducive for them. So the fishes themselves are now migrating into the deeper areas, so whereby there is now clash between them and the industrial fisheries.
At this point, I feel like I'm in school here.
You look lost.
I am, to be honest, because in my head, I'm like, when you first mentioned 5 nautical miles, I don't even know what he's talking about, right? But these are like data your common fishermen should, excessively have, right? And then, since all this thing boils down to the kind of decisions that we make, we can now know, oh, okay, this fish has migrated from one part to another. These are the areas you should avoid for a while so I don't deplete. This information, are they always already available to the common man?
This information, it's available because NEOMA, the National Institute of Marine and Oceanography, there was a project they carried out with GMIT, it's an European Union thing. So part of it was to look at the coast. It was a West African thing. University of Ghana was also involved. So they had a bulletin, bi-weekly bulletin that shows how the trend of the ocean is. So when the winds are heavy in high Richter scales, the conditions are adverse that will not encourage fishing. So this information is passed down to the fishermen. Takes information about the temperature, takes information about the productivity of the water, because when the water is actually productive, that's when you have fishes gathering.
Yes.
So it enables them to fish more for less energy cost there. So this project ran on, and they were able to send text messages. But over the time recently, I think they had issues with their telecom providers, so they are trying to now send that information with WhatsApp. So they have selected participants which they are running that information with. That bulletin is no more because the project has finished and there was no funding for it. My organization is trying to see how we can start up that project on its own and have a bulletin so that this information can be passed down to them. The problem we have now is that there's no marine spatial planning in Nigeria. And for you to have blue economy, you must have marine spatial planning, because blue economy is all about sustainable use of the coastal resources for all stakeholders. It's not only for fisheries, for ports administrations, for navigation, even for those who are mining sand, for tourism. So when we have a proper marine spatial planning, where we identify areas as spawning grounds, these are where the fishes come to spawn. Because we have different kinds of fishes. We have anadromous fishes that spend their life in the ocean. But when it's time to come and spawn, they come down to the shores here and spawn. So all those places have to be earmarked and delineated so that nobody goes there. Even the fishermen are not supposed to go there. I talked about the nautical miles too. Those ones have to be delineated so that industrial fisheries do not go there too. Then areas for where the sand mining is allocated specially for them. We know that it's only the sand miners that are there, so that there will be no conflict between the activities. So when we have a proper marine spatial planning in play, all this will focus. The way for navigation for which ships will pass will be clearly spelled, so that nobody interferes with each other. And that way we can have a proper, sustainable blue economy that will benefit everybody in the country as large.
Yes, okay, so I'll take you back a little. I want you to make it easy for everyone to understand. When we say illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, these are terms that people don't really understand. Are we saying when we say illegal, are we saying people from other places are not supposed to come to a particular ocean to come and do their fishing? Or just as Amulu said, maybe a local fisherman or a community or whatever, not the regular fishing of using line and hook anyways, that you are not supposed to go to a certain place? Is that the unregulated? Is there a pattern you use in fishing?
Yes, there's a pattern.
I want you to break that down.
Yes, for the pattern, for the coastal pattern. Like I itemized earlier that the industrial fishes are not supposed to fish within the 5 nautical miles. So if they fish there, that would be called illegal.
Okay.
And even among the local fishermen too, they are not supposed to use certain net size, because we expect them to take only table fishes, not the juveniles that are still growing, because that will affect the biodiversity and the reproductive cycle of the fishes there. There's some of them even in the inland side using dynamite. Yes, they use dynamite because when they throw it in, it
damages the ecosystem.
So those are the legal fishes that we'll talk about. And of course, ferry fishing organizations, ferry fishing trawlers are not supposed, they are not registered in Nigeria, are not supposed to go. When they come to our coastal waters, our economic exclusive zone, that is illegal fishing.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, that's beautiful.
And the truth is, some of these, like I said, do they teach these things? Because as you're mentioning it, it makes sense as you're mentioning it, but I feel like a lot of us don't even know that these things are supposed to be the way they are.
Yes.
Anyway, moving on.
Yes, we'll move on just after this break. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high-demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and ensure you subscribe to the Just Africa channel on YouTube. Yes, we still have Dr. Ayorinde Capo. I'm trying not to pronounce it wrong.
I got it right, Capo.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
At the point I wanted to call it Capo. So, yeah, Doctor, thank you very much for staying with us. All right, Amulo, you wanted to ask
because the truth is, you've dropped so many facts, right? And we always see problems arising, especially from the environment that we live in across Africa. And we seem to always want to term ourselves underdeveloped. But from what you said, it feels like the information is there, but we don't seem to use it to solve our day-to-day problem. Why is that so?
The information is there. In fact, there's so much information there. The ISA, Copernicus, has over 3,000 terabytes of satellite data warehoused in the cloud there. So they collect this data regularly. Africa itself has over 67 satellites. 67 satellites.
67?
Yes,
okay.
satellites. I think Egypt has the highest, about 15 or thereabout. Nigeria has launched 7. Only one is functional now. Due to the time span, satellites have a short range of time span, especially this low Earth observation satellite. So the only one we have functional now is the military satellite, which is the Delsat-1. That one was launched in 2022, and that's to take care of the insurgencies and security challenges which we have. But for the one in which the National Space Research and Development had, that just got deorbited not too long ago, we had the NigerSat-2 and NigerSat-X. Interestingly, NigerSat-X was actually developed by our own scientists here.
Okay.
Yes, NigerSat-2 was developed in partnership with the British scientists there. And it gave us a lot of information. We used it to map out roads, we used it for maritime, we used it for urban planning, we used it for agriculture. We created the first atlas on it with it, and we even mapped out flood vulnerability in it. So we've actually had that. But the problem we're having now is that the government itself has not really incorporated the utilization of satellite. In a fairness to them, they have, because the government, the president, has brought the Surveyor General's office under the presidency. That. And two, they've now made it compulsory that any project must have coordinates, has location. You know, in time past, people just said projects and there was no way to locate them for accountability. But now they have. But what we need to do now is to actually incorporate it in all aspects. Let's treat it as a critical asset. Not just stand alone. What we're having now is that most of the satellite GIS, geospatial data, are being used for just land. And that's why you have all the states creating different geographical information systems. Lagos has their own, Abuja has their own, AGIS and what have you. But this information should spread more than just land to other sectors. For instance, if you have information about land, government is approving a land for a particular area, extend for development. That same information should be given to the fiscal planning, the urban infrastructure, so that they can plan for infrastructures to it, knowing that this place has been approved. Definitely there will be need. People will start building onto it. They start coming. So they plan roads, normal infrastructure. They plan the drainage. They plan the water supply if they have to be. This information should also be given to the security, because once you are setting up a new plan, there is need for security. So this information should be passed down to the police too, so that there will be need to establish a police post. Now the Ministry of Education too also have to have this information, because once people settle down, they normally expand with their families, and their families want to go to school. So the Ministry of Education should also make provision for schools for them. Now the Ministry of Health too should also have this information, because as they're expanding, there will be need for health challenge. So a primary health care facility should be set up for it. Then those in charge of energy should also be given this information, because now they need infrastructure. They need to have lights, they need to have transformers, so they need to set up feeders and what have you. So all this information plan. Now agriculture should also have this information, because people are expanding now. Your food needs are increasing. So you need to have to see how you are going to develop more land to feed this population. And of course, the environment too. They are going to generate waste. How are you going to discharge your waste? Where are you going to set up the waste points? So you can see it's a whole ecosystem. So it's not just a one-stop thing in just for tax revenue, but for proper governance. Even telecom too has to have information. Because
they have to send their network to
they have to send their network there.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, the truth is, we often see geospatial intelligence as just a tool for development. But I also see it as something that's very important when it comes to security in Africa.
Yes, it is.
It's very, very important.
It's very important.
So how does it help build security, border management, or border conflict management? How does it help to resolve issues? How do we need it? Because right now there are conflicts here and there, and people crossing borders, people doing as they like, and insecurity is a big issue right now. How does geospatial intelligence come in?
Yes, it can come in because it can map out the routes in which people pass to access the border, their access route, their migration route, and changes in the route too. It can also map out what kind of land cover, vegetation is covering the areas there. So with this all mapped out in Excel, we can actually have a full delineation of our border, know where and where it covers. So when we know the area and where it covers, we can now plan our proper policing for effective border patrol. But the problem we have in the north is that the north is arid, and so it's open desert, unlike the south here, whereby you have vegetation. that covers, that serves as a natural barrier.
Okay.
And so you can pass, you are limited to pass through the official channels or some bush paths. In the north, it's open. Everywhere is open. You can have a border post here. All over here is open desert. So somebody puts a post here, this place is open. You can just pass and go. So that's a challenge. But notwithstanding, they are still trying to put some barricades into it and make so with that geospatial intelligence, you can have things like sensors, you can have things like drone mapping, border areas, so that it gives us information on time. And we can also have sensors, Internet of Things triggers sensors, whereby once somebody crosses, it triggers an alarm in the control center, and they're able to go straight to the point because the sensor is located, geolocated. So they don't need to maneuver looking for where the person is. Just go straight to the point and arrest the offender.
But is that really achievable using Nigeria, just like you said about the north now? Is that really achievable? And every other country in Africa that is a little bit like the northern part, let's say Sahara Desert and the...
Sahara Desert is the Sahel area is actually a challenge. It's a major challenge because of the nature.
Okay.
But it requires government policy, it requires government good willingness to put in all that is into it. There's no place that cannot be policed. So far it was made into a country. They were able to delineate it into a country and not just... So if government puts enough resources in it and have a joint collaboration because of the closeness of the border, the nature of it, it's not a one country thing. Once somebody enters into Nigeria, Nigerian security forces cannot go to him. So we need a collaboration, a partnership with them so that as the thing is unfolding, we're able to alert them, they're able to arrest it on plate.
I have two questions and they are not similar, but then again, you will find a way to expertise. So first one is satellites, are they too expensive that we cannot, since we already have a timeline, once one is about to lapse, we replace it, because we know these are essentials. They're doing different things for security. They can help us to map out and all that. We had 7. One is only functional. It means there are 6 that could have really helped us to solve a lot of problems. Is it that it's too expensive to maintain or to even build, and why are they not being replaced? And then the second one is our environment is hot, right? Maybe because of our proximity to the Sahel Desert or the Sahara Desert, I don't know. How can this satellite imaging help to help us track some of these things?
Okay, well, for the satellites, they have different types of satellites. Like I explained, they have their own lifespan. So not all the 7 are meant for the same thing. Some are for communication, some are meant for communication, some are meant for Earth observation. So I think the president has graciously approved for 4 satellites to be launched, yes.
Okay.
And we're going to have the first radar satellite. The advantage of radar satellite is that unlike other satellites that can only take images during the daytime, because their energy source is from the sun.
From the sun, yes.
The radar satellite has its own energy. And so it can take images during day and night and can also penetrate cloud. The problem with observation satellites is that once the cloud cover is much, it affects the average of it. But the radar satellite is able to overcome these encumbrances. Then too, the satellite is an ecosystem. Nigeria cannot have satellites alone to cover you. You have other organizations and companies that have their own satellites too. And they have providing global coverage.
Okay.
And some of these satellites are actually free. Like the European, the ESA satellites, which is about 10 meters. It's free. Anybody can go online to it and access it.
Okay.
And it has a refusal period about every 5 days. So that means every 5 days you can get constant information about it too.
So
the NASA satellite too is also free too.
Okay.
You can access it. Where you need cost is where you need high resolution. Satellites that have about 0.5 meters, usually for urban planning and security. That might involve some cost because those are commercial satellites. But for general monitoring of environment, for agriculture, for general planning, these data are actually free. In fact, right now, Nigeria still has part of those images archived that are freely available that you just request for them and can access them.
Wow. Okay, so I wanted to ask, and thank you for the opportunity to ask again, who gets to work as a space scientist. Yes, because right now, every African want to be an AI specialist. But this is an important conversation right now. So how do we build Africans who will turn out to be space scientists, who will turn out to be geospatial analysts, who will become someone who has a very deep knowledge about the ocean? Who are those that can actually work? Because I'm going to actually ask something like that. Do they teach these in schools? Are universities teaching? Do we have departments for all this? And the people they are, if they are, the people that are coming out, are you sure the universities are producing people good enough for this whole thing we're talking about right now?
Well, the universities are actually producing people. After the launch of the Niger SAT-1, in which we give out over 3,000 images to different universities, it led to the setting up of about 15 GIS remote labs. So right now we have over 15 universities offering this GIS remote sensing.
Okay.
Formerly used to be the discipline of geography departments. But the world is advancing now that they are actually spreading out. So it's no more just only geography alone. Some other departments you're having geoinformatics, you're having GIS and remote sensing, you're having survey. All of them are being integrated into this information. So for those who want to study it as a course, universities are there for them to study. For those who want to study it at the postgraduate level, we have an institute, African Institute for Space Science. It's in Ife. They offer it as a PG. We have the African Geospatial Institute. It's a UN institute. They also offer it to there. So all those are in play. But what we're advocating is not just people who will just study it. We want everyday people to utilize it.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't need to go out through the gamut of taking a first degree. Just there are short courses in which you can just apply. Some of them are online, the mass online courses. Some of my organizations, we do organize some training where you can just come for a short while. I've been a facilitator for resource person for the Institute of Public Health of Afemi Awolowo University, where I train all their medical officers during their public M&E. They have a commentary and evaluation program. They do it, it's a 2 weeks program. So I train them with GIS aspect. And I've trained so many in NGOs, NDCC, Ministry of Health, and the likes of them. So just training the basics so that they can utilize it. Because it's one thing for us to know, get all this data, but we need it to be used.
So they can make changes.
So what we're advocating is other people in other fields come and have a basic knowledge of it so that you can utilize it. Let it not just be a research thing alone, be a house in a particular place.
I know, I mean, we're still in the conversation. That part where I asked you about why our city is hot.
Yes.
I wanted to touch about that. And then please explain the latest development about that green wall. Because the truth is the encroachment from the desert is still happening. And some people have alluded to the fact that that is why we're having incursion of herder farmers clashes. Because where they used to herd before, there are no longer arable grasses or land for this to eat. Tell us where they are with the green wall, and of course, why are our cities hot? Is it that we don't have enough protection from the clouds?
Well, the green wall, I think they've, to an extent, they've done some planting. They have to plant about 1 million trees or thereabouts. So they are in the process of doing it. But these things take time because before the plants will grow up and what have you. So I think the progress is on. But due to the climate change we're having and the herdsmen coming in as a result of the gratification, the green wall might not meet up in time to arrest development for now. Now, why our cities are hot is because in the urban areas, we've all taken the likes of building impervious surfaces. When you build your house now, you want to tile everywhere. You want to put broken tiles, you want to cement it. You don't make provisions for gardening. In time past, we used to have gardens, small area and gardens, where we can plant a tree, you can have a small grass. But nowadays, we just cover it up. And so because of that, the water is not able to percolate. And that's another thing affecting our drainage. Water that should have naturally percolated into the ground is now flowing out and overflowing our natural drainages. So we need to plant those trees there. Then our green lands, naturally in every settlement, in a normal plan, a normal town plan, the areas what we call green areas, where people can relax. But not just relax alone, but It's also to trap the heat and also trap part of water. All these areas are being sold. So people are encroaching onto it, so we don't have that there. So the another thing is that the roofs we are using, the old roofs, they retain heat. So you have to encourage a policy whereby we start using reflective roofs that will reflect the heat. So instead of the heat absorbing into them, let them start reflecting it back. And inflect the policy of planting trees. Everybody should be encouraged to plant a tree in front of his house. When you look abroad, you see every house is there, they have trees there. It's all to reduce the heat. Because we are creating a lot of heat from our activities here, especially the anthropogenic activity. So we need something to cool it down. Otherwise, our energy costs will still keep rising and will give rise to heat-related disease. There was a time in Lagos, I think earlier this year, they had a heat wave for the first time in history. We experienced heat wave for almost 2 weeks in Lagos. And this exacerbates heat-related diseases, which will affect our public health. So when we have this kind of natural cooling system, it will go along with ameliorating the effects of this heat wave.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Ayoride Kapo, for coming on today's show.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate your insights, in fact, so much. And I believe our viewers have also learned a whole lot, not one or two, a whole lot. Thank you very much for coming on the show.
Thank you very much.
What's the meaning of Kapo?
Kapo is my surname.
Yes, what does it mean?
It's actually supposed to be a short form of treasurer, Akapo.
Akapo.
Good. Got it. We got that. Yeah, today's conversation reinforces a crucial truth. Africa cannot build a resilient future without data. Space science, geospatial intelligence, and ocean monitoring are no longer optional. They are essential tools for climate adaptation, sustainable agriculture, water and mineral management, fisheries protection, public health safety, and early warning systems. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll be moving straight to the second segment of Just Africa. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune. SOUQ News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out-migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa channel on YouTube. Of course, we'll read your comments during the live show. So, in the second segment of Just Africa, there's one big question. Africa's digital finance ecosystem is expanding at a remarkable pace. But the gap between innovation and public understanding remains wide. Millions of Africans are exploring crypto for payments, savings, and opportunity. Yet, misinformation, scams, and limited education undermine trust and adoption. And in the second segment, Just Africa examines one core question: how do we build a safer, better informed digital finance culture on the continent? To help us answer this, we are joined by a beautiful lady. I'm happy she's a lady. We're joined by Gloria Chimelu, an Investopedia crypto writer, researcher, educator, and one of the most trusted voices helping beginners understand the complex world of blockchain and digital assets. Chimelu's work focuses on simplifying technical concepts, teaching new users, and helping crypto and fintech brands communicate more clearly with the African market. Like I said before, she is beautiful, just like her name. Hello, Gloria. Welcome to the studio.
Hi, thank you very much.
Isn't she beautiful?
I'd rather not say. Hi, Gloria.
Hi, thank you
I was
very much for
getting to
having
the
me.
studio.
It was easy. It was easy.
She thanked me for that one.
Yes, actually.
It was easy. Let me take my flowers before you refuse to give it to me.
Well, no one is actually denying you of that. So, Investopedia, I like how that sounds really.
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's like Wikipedia.
Yeah.
So Wikipedia is where you go to get information about anything. So Investopedia is where you can go to get information about investing.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, okay. Now, the truth is, when it comes to the crypto, fintech, and the likes, people really want to invest. But many people don't even understand what crypto is. Many people don't know how to go about it. They just hear it's an online stuff, and there are so many misinformation we'll discuss as the program goes on. So can you make the average African understand what crypto actually means?
Okay, so crypto is basically like digital money. I'll just try to break down to a very simple level. So crypto is basically digital money. So you use real money. Let's use Naira because we're in Nigeria. Use Naira to buy, let's say, USDT. USDT is a coin. I'm trying not to be very technical, but it's a coin backed by dollars. So it's just as if you're getting dollars, right? So you buy the USDT and then you can use it to make payments. So crypto is basically money, but you have to use real money to get that, to convert it to digital money that you can use as you like.
Okay. So to convert from physical money to digital money.
Yeah, then digital money.
So when they say you're a writer, is it that you write the codes that bring out the digital money, or you write stories about crypto?
No. I'm not people that write the code, they are developers. I know as developers, yes. Okay. I don't write codes, but as a researcher, I write SQL codes. Why did I lose you?
So SQL codes, like,
yeah, just for research. It just creates like research queries for research.
Is it like when we type into, for example, ChatGPT and then it gives us an answer?
No, that's like prompts. So this codes is just like so it's just simple codes where you get to like query what's happening on the blockchain, because the blockchain, that's the technology that powers cryptocurrency. It's open, it's transparent. If you want to know what I did, if you want to know how much is in my wallet, you just need my address, and then you can see how much is in my wallet, when last I transacted, or like a bank account where if you want to know how much is in my bank account, I have to show it to you, or you have to get a court order to get my statement. But on the blockchain, it's very easy. You can just have my address, see everything at once.
But does that not make it unsafe?
No, it's not unsafe because there's nothing you can do about it, right? You can just see it. It's transparent. So that's one of the things that crypto is trying to solve, like transparency that we don't have in the
typical banking.
Yeah, traditional finance systems. Yes. So
okay. So right now there are so many misconceptions. The very first one that I know about is that it is a gamble. So today you are a millionaire, and the next seconds you can become a
yes.
So we've heard a lot when it comes to myth and misconceptions. What are the most common ones that scare people away from going into the crypto business?
Okay. So like the one you said, it's a gamble. People just think that, oh, it's just like if you just get in, get out. I mean, if you're not smart enough, you might not be able to make reasonable profit. Then one that I see a lot, that crypto is a scam and usually associated with scammers. If you look at the songs, I'm using Nigeria because they're in Nigeria, right? But if you look at mainstream culture, if you look at the songs, crypto is mostly associated with like scammers, fraudsters, something that they used to get money, something they used to receive money from their clients, right? And that leads me to the next misconception, which is crypto is anonymous. Crypto is not anonymous. It's traceable.
Okay.
It's traceable. It's anonymous. Like I said, you can see my account information, right? You can see what is in my wallet. But if I don't tell you I'm the owner, you won't know who owns it. So you don't know it is linked to me unless you start going into like deep research and start getting like checking other accounts. But just on the surface level, you won't know it is my account because my name doesn't appear there, just my address, right? Yeah. So people think it's anonymous. So if I want to send you money in crypto, it can't be traced, but it can be traced. Then another misconception is it's used for like it's very expensive to get into. People think, oh, if you don't have 1 million, if you don't have 50 million, you cannot invest in crypto. You cannot hold crypto, right? So those are kind of like misconceptions that I've seen a lot with crypto.
Yeah, but if you don't have, rather, let me put it this way, how much do you really need to have to start investing in crypto?
There's something we call DCA, that's dollar cost averaging. It's not a crypto term, but it's also applicable in crypto. You can invest little by little. So if you have $10 this month, you can put in $10 like that. The aim is to get something that compounds. Because most people just see crypto like, if I put $10, can I see $1,000 tomorrow? That kind of thing, right? But if you're putting it small, you're putting it in what we call stable coins, like the one I explained earlier, where something like USDT, you put it and then you're earning something on it every month. I mean, your money is not going to go down. Your money is not going to go to zero because you're putting something that is stable. It's not like the other one that fluctuates a lot, right? So things like that. So if you have, I'd say $10 is like the minimum, and that's the minimum that some exchanges to allow for you to like buy coin. That's like the minimum. So I think that's a good starting point.
Okay, I'm going to ask a very, very layman question here.
Okay.
Crypto became very popular post-COVID, or essentially from COVID. Yeah. Not that it didn't exist before, but it became very, very popular during COVID. People were transacting and sending different VPNs and stuff. You personally, how early has it been for you? When did you start learning about crypto?
Okay. I started, like you said, I started during COVID actually. It was, I was trying to look for something to do and something I could do online because the pandemic was very uncertain. Nobody knew when it was going to
end.
Yeah, so we're like, are we going to be on this for a year, 2 years, is the world ending, that kind of thing. So I looked into Forex and then I was like, this thing is very complicated. So I tried crypto and then I was like, oh, you know what? I started my own crypto with like 2000 naira. Then in 2020, I just got a coin and like did my research. I was like, okay, let me just see how it goes, right? And it went well, and I just like, okay, yeah, this is really nice.
So with little knowledge, right, we can all agree that on the continent of Africa, a lot of us are beginning to talk about crypto currency, and then even transact, not just talk about it, but even transact on it. How have we been able to sustain this with little knowledge? Because you just joined in 2020. It's just 5 years. Why are we thinking it's so long? 5 years. You didn't go to any formal school, and you're almost an expert. And I'm sure a lot of people want to still go in. How have we been able to sustain this?
I think it's because crypto solves very real problems for us. I was reading the Chainalysis report this year. They released in September this year, and the sub-Saharan Africa has like $200 billion, north of $200 billion in transaction volume between July 2024 and June 2025. that's a lot for people that don't have, like, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
For people that have limited, because it solves problems for us. And one of the use cases that we've seen blow up this year is stable coins. I can have some crypto because I work for crypto companies. I can receive payments in crypto, and then I can pay for both in crypto in Nigeria. Although they don't collect crypto, but I can use an app that can convert my crypto to Naira, so I don't have to convert my crypto to Naira and then send to the person. I can just do it directly. So when we have use cases like that, it's very, for remittances too, somebody that wants to send the money abroad. I mean, I was a freelancer before I got like fully into crypto, and I collected money with a remittance company. And I had to go to the bank to get the physical dollars, then look for where to change it, and the fees and all that. But now I can get paid. I don't pay any fees, and then if I want to transfer, I mean, the fees are very, very low, very, very cheap. So I mean, it solves real problems, and I think that's why a lot of people are just running towards it. I like to liken it to when before the cash crunch that we experienced in Nigeria, traditional banks, we were at the mercy of traditional banks.
Yes.
Yes, we were looking for fast transfers. You know, people would complain for transfers for days. And now almost everybody I know has like a new bank account, PamPay, OPay, Money Points. They have like a new bank account, and because it solved the real problem, we need fast transfers. I don't need to go to the bank to open a bank account. I need to get my money. If I want to give you money, I want to make sure that you've gotten the money. I don't want to start going to the bank, start resolving banking issues. So that's with crypto too. It solves real problems, and that's why you see a lot of money just flowing into crypto.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, I'll take you back to the question he asked earlier, knowledge. Now, many people go into it without having knowledge. Should we have a school that runs crypto education? Pardon me. I just say, you know, yeah. So what I'm saying is what basic knowledge do people need to have before going into this? Because many people don't even know what you're going to. They just say, okay, yes, you can put in some, just as you explained, you can put in just a small amount of money and, you know, you start trading and the rest. Yeah. What are the basic knowledge one needs to start doing this?
Okay, so first of all, I would say that you have to have like basic financial knowledge, like basic financial literacy, knowing how to like invest in things, like, you know how to, you know that this is the money. First of all, you don't put in more than you can lose, because it's not a casino, right? So many people play it like a casino. Or play it like they are gambling. So you just put in more, don't put in more than you can lose. Don't also, and try to like understand what happens, like, because we've seen like some really funny memes on social media where the user says, oh, where's my this thing, I put $10,000, I woke up and I saw $2,000. Where my remaining $8,000? I know they do again. I send you $10,000 back. That kind of thing, right? So it's so you have to know that crypto fluctuates. You have to know that there are bear markets and bull markets. Bull markets is where everything is green, people are making money, people are cashing out. But right now, like the market we are in, the bear market, if you put money into it, you might not see as much as you would have seen before. So you have to like know the timing. So timing too is very important too. And then you have to know that for beginners, I advise that beginners don't go into meme coins at all. Meme coins are like high risk, high reward, right? You could put $10 and get $1,000 by tomorrow morning, or you could put $500 and then you get to zero tomorrow morning. So it's high risk, high reward, right? So I think like basic financial literacy, and then just understanding the timing and the technology behind crypto can help people.
So who will be the one doing the teaching now? Who will pass the knowledge? Is it the government? Is it the platforms? Or maybe there should be a school? Who should be the one? Teaching, yes. Who should be the one doing the teaching?
I think we are seeing like I am an educator too, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So I do that. I educate people, and there are people also doing good work. There are also tech academies that have like crypto education courses, and then we've seen like a lot of these crypto apps and projects. They also have like a learn section where they like educate you about that. The government, I think what the government can do is regulation, and that's an issue that's been even in Nigeria and beyond Nigeria, Africa, regulation, right? For Nigeria, we've seen it fluctuate. They support crypto today, and then they're like, no, they ban it totally. I think it was in 2021 that we had issues with the government. The government put a ban on crypto, and we could not use our accounts to receive money. People were very scared of investing in crypto because They were afraid that the government was going to come for them and freeze their accounts and all that. It was really a dark time. But now I think government has been more. So what the government can do is to be more liberal to regulators and then just regulate properly. I know this is a very risky investment class. We don't want people to lose money, but the government can like help with regulation.
You are self-taught. I'm assuming that self-taught because you started learning after you committed to want to do this. But you're also known to some of the write-ups that you put up on your LinkedIn, break down some of these things. Which strategy do you think is easier to be able to teach somebody who has zero knowledge? And I mean, you want to get more people to get into this space. There's so much money in it. How do you break these things down? You're self-taught. Yeah. So it looks like it's something that almost anybody who's interested can do. How do you make it very, very easy?
Okay, so one of the things that happened though, when I was learning, when I started out, it was very difficult because there was not a lot of content, there was not a lot of information, everything was still very technical. Crypto hasn't really gone mainstream then. BTC was about like $4,000, like $1,000. Then Ethereum was like, I think 30,000 naira then. It's almost like, I think $4,000 now. So if people were not really interested in it, right? So it was very technical. It was only for the very technical, very nerdy people. But, so one of the things that I've seen that people do is short videos. People like TikToks. People like Reels on IG. You can spend hours on Reels on IG, right? So that's one thing that you'll be able to like short pieces of, explainer videos. Then for people that want to use stuff, so somebody like, so you might be interested now, you'll be like, oh, I mentioned you can pay your Bolt driver with crypto. How does that work? Maybe you want like a step how to can also work. You might be looking for, oh, I have some crypto. Somebody gifted me some crypto. How can I use it to pay? Where can I cash it out? That kind of thing. And then I'll say another thing also like community events too, because we like community in Africa, right? We like if somebody is doing something and tell you about it, you're more likely to do it than like word of mouth, or your friends are doing something. You're like, oh, you want to try it out too. So community events, to meet up, just meeting people, it really helps people get the needed knowledge.
Okay. Now, scams and losses. They've damaged trust. Most Africans are so scared of going into it, investing into crypto because of scams. So the question now is, why are Africans, particularly Africans now, how are we going to build that trust again to ensure that they do not fall into the wrong hands?
Okay. So this issue of trust is very, very shaky, because if we are trying to tell people crypto is okay, you can invest, they can save, especially in Nigeria, there's been celebrities and influencers who have promoted coins, and then the coins have gone to zero. So if somebody has invested in that kind of thing, I am telling them about crypto, their mind is already closed off. Like, no, crypto doesn't work. And that's when if there was better regulation, people would know that, oh, this is not something you should invest in, right? This is not something that you should put a lot of money into just because the person is popular. It's just like Ponzi schemes too. Some Ponzi schemes get celebrities to endorse the Ponzi scheme. People like, if this person is endorsing the Ponzi scheme, maybe it's good now. Let me just try it out, right? So that's one thing. So the thing is that under Africans, they are very, very skeptical about money. I think it's because we don't really have a lot generally. So what we have, we want to hold it well. We have to be sure of it, right? So that's what I think. So the first thing that there are some great companies that have been able to like build trust. Binance has been able to build trust over the years. People have not really had issues with it. Like, oh, I put my money in Binance, I know that the money will stay there. That kind of thing. So I think it's like over time, you show people that you're trustworthy and you're not just after their money. They'll let their guard down.
So I'm going to ask I like to calm down, but these things are technical. So I see it a lot on people's profiles, Web3. I don't know what that is. Okay. And then, of course, we're doing a lot of data. Even the bank, CBN wants us to do more, less physical cash and more of these transactions. Even though without them coming to say do crypto, they want us to lean towards, digital financing. Please break it down. What Web3 is? You are known to break this down. What is Web3? You also mentioned that Forex is I mean, that space is large, right? If you were going to advise somebody from your experience, somebody who wants to enter, which one would be advisable to learn first?
Okay. So, so Web3 is an umbrella term. It's an umbrella term, and it involves technology that work on blockchain tech. So blockchain tech is blockchain technology. Blockchain technology is a kind of technology that it's just like a ledger where everybody can see, right? It's if I have the same thing like on it, like let's say we are using a spreadsheet. If I make changes on the spreadsheet, you can see it. Okay, you can see it. Yeah, everybody can see it, right? And once a change is made, there is something called immutability. Once a change is made, it cannot be corrected, right? Yeah, it cannot be changed. So anything you write, it cannot be corrected. So any transaction that is added. So why is a blockchain? Because there are transactions that make a block like that. So if there are transactions, then blocks are connected to each other, right? So that's the basic. That's the way I can explain the technology today.
Common terms.
Yeah, it's layman terms. So, so Web3 is everything that operates on this technology. You have crypto, that's the popular one. We also have NFTs. NFTs were really hot in 2021.
Yeah.
Yes, those digital
now that you mentioned
pictures.
that, somebody will come and bring a picture like a cartoon and then it's very expensive.
Yes, they were very hot, very expensive then in 2021. We have the metaverse too, where Zuckerberg has been channeling billions of money into trying to make that, a reality.
It's not reality yet.
I don't think it's giving the returns it's supposed to give.
Okay.
We have decentralized organizations called DAOs. We have blockchain gaming, games that happen on the blockchain. Games that happen on the blockchain. Yeah. So it's just an umbrella term for things like this. Although crypto is the most popular one.
So all these are under Web3?
Yes, all these are under Web3.
So if you were to advise, I'm sorry, you didn't ask the other part. If you're going to advise somebody who wants to learn, you just remember that it is wide. If you're going to a new entrant, which one would you advise them to stick to or learn from?
In the Web3 term?
Yes.
At crypto.
Okay.
That's easy. It's easy for anybody to learn.
Yes, it's easy.
Okay. I'm still taking you back to scam.
Okay.
So, of course, these people, any kind of scam or a deception, they have a pattern. So what would you advise Africans to look out for? Like, these are the signs for you to know that this person is a scam. You have been there. You know how these people work. What are the signs? Okay,
first of all, if people are promising you, just like Ponzi schemes, if it looks too good to be true, then it is actually too good to be true. That's one big thing. If somebody is telling you you're going to put money and you're going to wake up to a very big amount tomorrow, it's likely a scam. Then if the project is focusing on influencers, pushing out influencers, in crypto we call them KOLs, key opinion leaders. If they are KOL, they are people that you know that they are influential and they are pushing a project, and they're not really talking about what the project can do for you. They're not really talking about what you're investing in. Some people just use some sketchy things as a front. They might tell you, oh, you're investing in gold. So when you buy this, you're buying into gold, you're buying into digital gold, or you're buying into the next economy, that kind of thing. It looks sketchy, right? Then the other thing that a very common pattern too is also when people tell you, when people are pressurizing you to buy, right? So people pressurize a lot. Oh, you have to get in now. If you don't get in now, it's gone. That kind of thing. That pressure to buy. It doesn't allow you to make good decisions. It would you won't think about it. Yes, you just rush in. And you see influencers talking about it. Everybody's talking about it. I mean, people are talking about it. Sorry, especially influencers, they are paid. So their work is to do the hype, to hype it up to you. So that they have already. So what we see, the very worrying pattern that we see is that those influencers had already bought. So when they tell their followers or people to invest, they've already bought it. So when a lot of people rush in, they've cooled out their money. Yeah, they've cashed out. So it crashes on the followers. It crashes on the users. So I mean,
are there existing gaps in the African crypto market or crypto ecosystem that you've noticed in the last couple of years?
Yes. There are also payments was a very big gap, and we just started solving it this year. but I haven't really seen any product that works on USSD because USSD transfers crypto
These
to
common ones that
USSD.
we do with
Yes, yes.
So you just type in a code.
Yes, I've not really seen that with crypto, right? Because there are some people that live in places that they do not have access to network, like mobile data.
Yeah.
There are people that don't use smartphones like we do, right? So I'm yet to see that use case. And also, we have a lot of use cases for crypto, even outside payments. Although everybody interested in payments, you can use it in digital IDs. We can use it in voting. There's so many things that we can actually use.
Voting?
Like, yes, we can use it in IDs, vote. There are so many things that we can use it to do, governance too. And so, but crypto is like payments, and many people are just concentrated on that. And even within payments, still have a lot of things that need work.
Okay. Now, I know that many countries, including Nigeria, have adopted crypto and other digital financing systems. Now, looking at Africa generally, not just Nigeria, now, Africa generally, where do you think there will be a high rate of adoption in the next 3 to 5 years?
Okay, I think we are seeing it like in payments, but we are also going to see like, I want us to get to the point whereby we're able to use crypto to pay for things in Nigeria and in Africa. Like right now, if I wanted to go to maybe let's say Kenya and I wanted to spend in shillings, there are crypto apps right now that can help me without me looking for dollars and then looking for shillings.
Yeah.
I can just use my crypto to pay for when I get to Kenya. So that's like an emerging use case. Many people don't know. They would have to travel to Kenya, look for dollars or look for shillings, trying to convert their naira, right? So many people don't know that. Then also, I also see apart from payments, I also see adoption in like games because like Africa, if it's like entertainment, we are also big on entertainment too, right? Yeah. So if something is, if there's going to be entertainment, if there are going to be games, I'm also seeing games, and I'm also seeing like decentralized storage too. I mean, we use Google Drive, and we have you have to pay like subscription for all that. But what if you could store your information, everything on the blockchain, and then you won't want to worry about if it was leaked, if your information was leaked, things like that. So I think that we are going to see adoption is. But first of all, games. Then another thing I'm seeing, I don't know how it's going to play out for Africa, but I don't want to be too complex, but real world assets, tokenization of real world assets like gold. If you want to buy gold, for example, maybe you'd have to go to the markets or to meet all the malams that sell gold or something. But what if you could buy gold from your phone? You know, simply, you know, something like that. It's an emerging use case. Or what if you could buy shares
from a company?
Yes, from a company. Some fintechs are doing that. But what if you could buy very low shares, or things that, or real estate in the US, for example, if you wanted to invest in a share of that, do you get? I've seen it other fintech, but I haven't really seen it come to crypto yet. So yeah.
Do you see crypto as something that in Nigeria, now let's come back home, do you see it as something that can become or that can be used for daily transactions in the nearest future? Do you see, during was in 2021 that we had naira scarcity.
That was 2023 now, when we did the election.
2023, thank you. That was when we had it.
Yes.
And that was when fintech actually rose. That was when everybody started looking for a way on how to transact. Going to the market was difficult.
Yes.
Now, do you see something like that happening in the nearest future, that people go to the market and say, I want to buy stuff, and they decide to use crypto?
Yes, I do, but I feel that the government has to be like really liberal with their regulation. They have to like allow it, because right now many people still don't know that crypto is legal in Nigeria. They think it's still illegal, that I cannot collect crypto because I don't want government problem, especially for a business, right? They don't want any government issues. And then the new tax laws that are coming, there are so many things that are going to be taxable with crypto.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like sending crypto, receiving crypto, like you getting crypto as a reward, you're going to be taxed on that, right? So a business is going to pay tax, normal tax that they pay. They're still going to have to pay tax for receiving crypto. They want to pay double taxation on that. So they were like, no, just give me cash.
At this point, just give me cash.
So I think government policies are the major limitation here.
So there are so many crypto brands, cryptocurrency brands that exist. When you mentioned Bitcoin, Ethereum, I'm familiar with those ones, right? But I'm sure there are myriads of all these coins that exist.
Yes.
Is it possible to be able to tell which one is fake from real, just by looking at it?
No. You have to do some kind of deep research. Why people trust Bitcoin? I mean, the Bitcoin white paper came out in 2008 or 2009, and it has been here for a long time. People have actually seen that, oh, this is this. That Ethereum came out, I think, in like 2011, 2013. It has been here for more than 10 years. So that's why people can trust it, right? There are some projects that came up in 2021, and then they're nowhere to be found today. They can see. So the most important thing to make a project trustworthy is time. When Solana came out in 2021, I was really happy about it because I did my research and I was like, okay. But I was not sure if it was going to last or not. But now it's still here, right? So, and it's a new project, and that's the project that people are even saying, oh, this might even like flip, call it flip in crypto, but this might even like surpass Ethereum soon because of the developers. Because of the developers and everything. So I think the main thing is utility, and it's not just utility where somebody says, this is the next big thing, or if this is the future, invest in it. I mean, those are very
like lame way to
this is the best thing to invest in right now. I think it's when you see the project, when you see the developers, people that are building stuff on it, I say that they're actually supporting real things, tangible things. That's when you can like, okay.
Yeah, using terms that are still sounding like that goes to because the truth is, I see some of these coins, and I don't trade. I'm sorry, I'm still very, very archaic with this kind of thing.
Okay.
But I actually has fears, and I wanted you to clear.
My younger brother had to tell me, no, go get Bitcoin and Ethereum. At the time, it was already expensive, right? But just go invest in it. That it is safe. It is this. And on the platform where I went on, and I saw all these other ones. There's one that looked like polka dots or something.
Yes.
So many weird names. And in my head, I'm like, am I trusting these things? If I put my money here, what are the things that I'm going to benefit from? Until now that you mentioned you could trade with some of these things for regular day-to-day activities, I just felt, just buy it and leave it there. Is that like a safer option?
Well, not really. It depends on the project because if you
advice.
If you buy so if you bought Bitcoin maybe when it was like going up, and that's like, well, I say it's not really a rookie mistake because many people, even experienced people, right? People like buying at the top. We call it buying at the top. You like buying Bitcoin when people are talking about it and this. So when it starts coming down, your money would come down too, right?
Yeah.
So buying it and leaving it there is not safe because before it gets to that top again, before you can even break even, before you now start making profit, we don't know. It could take 2 years. It could never happen. There are some coins that have gotten to their all-time high, call it all-time high, like their highest price ever. And they've never gotten there. And there are people that bought at that price, and they can never recover. Yeah, because you can't get there again, right? So buying it and leaving it is not the best. What I would think is like you should take your profit at a certain level. Maybe we say you want to make it 20%. And then you see that the market is good or it's timing, and then when you have 20%, just take your 20% or just take out your capital. You know that you've not lost any money.
Yeah.
Instead of just leaving it there, I have 50,000, you're seeing the 50,000 turn to 45,000, turn to 40,000, turn to 30,000, you're still having hope. Sometimes it can work out, but sometimes don't. But if you're taking out your initial capital, you're not really, at least I have nothing to lose here, right? So that's what I advise.
Okay, so before we let you go, you were talking about government policies, that maybe the government has to do more. Are there policies right now that are on ground to help the crypto do well? Or those policies, are they holding back crypto from doing well?
Okay, so I think one policy I'm not really okay with is the for trying not to use technical terms, for virtual asset service providers. So these people are the people that provide services that we use. Like if you want to make a payment, these are people that help you to facilitate the payment. I think they were told to bring like a certain amount of money, and most of them couldn't meet up with the amount. Then also the government is like, they're not really certain what they want to do. The government launched a crypto project. When government was saying that crypto is not okay to use crypto. They learned the in era, and that flopped.
Okay.
Right. So they're trying to launch. I think what they are trying to do is they are trying to like take a hold of this technology first before they approve it, which is not the best, because first of all, people don't even trust the government, and that's why, like the in era, I was excited when it came out, but I don't trust the government. Why should I buy something that is backed up by the government, right? So that's the sentiment of many people too. They're like, because if the government can monitor your transactions, you're buying something that is backed by the government. The government has like all the transaction histories, and they're controlling it. So that's why people didn't really see the need of buying the in-eras. No need. So that's the thing. Our government is, so I think like for Nigeria here, people don't really trust anything that the government does. So if the government can be more transparent to their regulation, that would really help a lot.
And I'm sorry to keep you saying, because it kind of aligns with that.
Yeah.
They're going to be taxing crypto in 2026. And you started this conversation by saying, my wallet can be checks. Those are planned to hide their money in crypto. How safe it is, or is it? Or devoid of taxes?
Well, I don't think for now that the government can actively trace everybody's crypto wallet and like, oh, this and this and this and
amount of money has gone
through. Yes, but I think that if they want to clamp down on it, they would, because what they need to do is just go to like exchanges like Binance. They are centralized exchange. So we submit before you use such an exchange, you submit your information. That's KYC. So if the government wants to know if you are owing taxes, they can just go, oh, give me this person's information, so they can see, oh, has she paid her taxes on this? So if it's just like a wallet you're keeping that's not centralized, that's not a major, like just a wallet you're keeping on your own, you're keeping your keys by yourself, it might be a bit harder. But if it's just a wallet I have with these companies that people use, I mean, if they want any information, the government just has to approach them and then just give them the information.
Okay, thank you very much, Gloria. So, but before we go, there is a 20-year-old young chap that is watching right now. There is a lady out there who wants to be like Gloria, investing in crypto. Your final words to that person.
Okay, so I would say if you want to invest in crypto, you should start small. And then the best way to invest in crypto, I would say, is to invest in yourself. Get knowledge, try your hands on things, ask questions, and if you want to start working in crypto too, that's another way to really like gain exposure in crypto. I mean, that's how I gained exposure in crypto. I started as a news writer, so I had to be in the loop all day, right? So I could write news articles every day on whatever happened in the market. So that's the best thing to get in crypto, and then you have to know how to like receive payments. Just try stuff, right? If you don't, many of these apps that we use today, even like Nigerian app, then there's a very good Nigerian crypto apps. You can just ask them, oh, how do I send money to this person? How can I use my Bitcoin to buy airtime, something like that? Or how can I use my USDT? Many times in Nigeria we use USDT. They are dollar coins. So how can I use it to buy airtime? Can I use it to transfer to this person? So just learning that kind of thing, it just give you the confidence. So by the time you get that knowledge and you know how to do those basic things, nobody will come with like hype. Nobody will come to like deceive you with big money, like, oh, invest, you're going to get cash out, you're going to blow tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much, Gloria Chimelu. I get that right.
Yes,
good. I'm a good person. Thank you for your insights and thank you for your time. Thank you for coming on Just Africa today, and I hope when we call on you, you're going to be here again.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, I want your final thought before we go.
I appreciate the fact that we've learned two conversations today have wowed me. First off, learning about a bit of space and how it affects our daily lives with the old geospatial intelligence, and I'm like, God, where have I been living? Have I been under a rock? But that's all the knowledge that I have. I'm still learning new. And then I'll jump into Gloria's conversation about crypto, which I know about, but it seems like I probably have to go back to go read again. And I appreciate the fact that these two conversations open up possibilities for African youth, young people, that there are things out there that can, remodel your life. You can plan better. You can see endless possibilities on the continent. Nothing can catch you unawares if you put your head down and, of course, decide to do Either of these two things can open you up to so many possibilities.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so today's discussion highlights one truth. Africa's digital finance future depends not only on technology, but on education, clarity, and safe user experiences. Gloria has shown how simple, accurate communication can build trust, empower users, and shape a healthier crypto ecosystem. Yes, that's how we've come to the end of today's episode of Just Africa. We'll be here tomorrow again, and ensure you join us, and you can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television, and subscribe to the Just Africa YouTube channel. My name is Umevi Idolo. Thank you for watching.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who founded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing. Out there, people outside the gate of the stadium, there were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top, and I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him, and I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium, but because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member. I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under-20, the under-23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder officially, because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997, because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road, they will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia, 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But it's unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I'm in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee or the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8-9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Côte d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Passero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Passero to go to Côte d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, this witch doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. The witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as a twin deal. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, the Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3-4 years, our boxers have been earning big money, some of them earning millions, some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos. We have sent advice. We have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sites have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football. Yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this: if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we're doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's where we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports. They give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match. In Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored, and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties. And we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, it's all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground, and that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military had not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things. And that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, your 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance may be about 50 naira or 50 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the alif, ba, ta, sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school. They stay with us. We are about 20 in the house where we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now. Maybe like a respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we are all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are not to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. Let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the unit is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact, we never knew. In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Odumekos, we had the Bazunos in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. Our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when
the trend reflects growing engagements with regional partners and BRICS bloc. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, showed that Nigeria exported goods worth 4.9 trillion naira to Africa in the third quarter of 2025, up sharply from 2.49 trillion naira in the same period of 2020, as an alternative economic grouping to the Western-dominated global system led by the United States. The federal government is set to forgo about 1.4 trillion naira in revenue in 2026, following its decision to slash the corporate income tax CIT rate from 30% to 25%, according to the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. Committee Chairman Mr. Taiwo Oyedele disclosed this at a media workshop on Friday, noting that the tax cut is a strategic part of the government's consolidated tax reform agenda aimed at stimulating business growth and attracting investment. He clarified that the move is not about introducing new taxes, but about simplifying the tax system and creating a more business-friendly environment, even if it means short-term revenue sacrifices. Petrol prices are set to decline as MRS and other partners of the Dangote refinery prepare to begin selling fuel at 739 naira per litre, barring any last-minute changes. The move follows the refinery's decision to reduce its petrol gantry price from 828 naira to 699 naira per litre,